He said I was looking for a team, and I was given this number. Then those guys brought them to where we were. We were sitting down and discussing issues of the land. So from then, that's now when the light started to shine on us, and we were taken through how the process is supposed to take place. The guy took us systematically up to almost 2 days. We were with him. And then we realized we were actually on the wrong. So the arrests that were being made was so legal that we never knew. We thought that we were being harassed as the youths of the community. So FAO took us through the process of registration as Group Ranch until when we got the title under the Group Ranch Act. During that time, the Group Ranch Act was totally unfair to the youths and the women, completely. Women were not involved in anything. Even our bylaws, the community bylaws that we developed, women were supposed only to be members by virtue of the husband being there. Okay, like for me, I'm married, my wife was not in the register, and I was the secretary, because the bylaws never recognize her. So it is like she will only get the parcel. If we subdivide, she will get from my portion. I also have one daughter who was not involved in that register. So it was like a hell of thing. So later, there comes a new Community Land Act. But when the new Community Land Act came, we were already enlightened because VAO took us all the way through. That process was very nice. When we did the registration, I personally stood. My father is an old man of those days. Those guys who are chauvinists. Wale wazee wale wabaya kabisa kwa kina mama wagumu. Unaweka bibi kwa register ya nini? So the new act allowed for the registration of everybody. The youths were registered, the women were registered, and they are now part and parcel of the new register. Number two, what are the advantages after us? I'm trying to cut it short because I know the process of registration is too long. Since since VAO took over, we never got any challenges because they were pushing from up, we were pushing from down, and we also had the goodwill from the county government. We were the first community to start registration, so we had a smooth sail. So I cannot complain a lot when it comes to registration of the community land under the new Community Land Act. What are some of the advantages we have accrued? One, we became, after registration, we became now the sole managers of the community conservancies. We were immediately adopted into the board. We were the board members. We elected the officials. We elected the board chairperson. Therefore, we were able to run the conservancies activities by ourselves. The other time, there was a board that was there. We were only going there when we were even asking for money. The guys even refused to give us the money because they knew once the registration is done, then they are off. But after registration, we took over the management of the board and everything was done. Number two, we were able to meet our investors by ourselves. The other time, the board meets the investors, they bring information to us, we talk, we agree, they go back, they sign the agreements, and then from there, they do everything without our knowledge. We later come to fight after realizing that some things that we agreed upon have not been put into the agreement. But right now, we go through the agreement ourselves, we meet the investors, take the agreement to the community, we notify them, we go through the agreement, and the signing will be done in the community assembly. And by end of it all, no problems and no quarrels and conflict with the community. So that's one of the things that we are able to do. Number two, sharing of resources. We are now able to sit on the table where the resources are being distributed equally. In us, we have zones. We have 10 zones within our community land. And basically we did this in our settlements. Within that community, people are settled in clans. So the 10 zones almost cover all the clans. So when we share resources, and they have representatives, so we share equally in the zones. So you find that resources are equally, unlike the other time, where they can sit and decide that this time around, we are going to give these people 100,000, even without you asking, and even without them knowing what you are going to do with it. Another thing is that whatever government organization run government organization do anything, like right now, there is a line, a contract line coming through our community. Every time they come in, they have to call us as the Community Land Management Committee. We call the community, we discuss, and then say, this is the value of our land. We also have the land use plan. There, before these guys can come in and say, okay, this is a parcel of land, so we are going to pay this because it's not even registered land. We had a problem with with Safaricom one time. There is a mass that's within the community. And before registration, we came to Nairobi. Nairobi kidogo, so nilikuwa napeleka. So when there, we were told, can you produce the evidence that you are our landlord? Tulikuwa na ile inaitwa adjudication letter, ile to description letter, that describes that your boundaries go through this and this. The guy told us, sit down. Yes, it's called no, a description letter that describes our boundary. That was the only document that we had. Then the guy told us, sit here. We sat, we waited. Later we were told, go, we will call you. We waited for the call, nothing happened. But when we got the titles, my friends, when we came, we were handled like officers. We were given a cup of tea and everything, and the agreement was brought immediately, and we signed. The guys even paid the lawyer for us to come and do that. So don't you see the advantage of having the documents? Yes. Right now I'm saying we're engaging the contractor team, and they are paying us in regard to every 3-day cut. Kata miti mbili, hiyo tunasema hii miti miaka hiyo, sisi ndo tunajua, sio wewe. We have been there before you. So this is the tree we have been using, we have been sitting here. Sisi tukiendanga mpaka huko tunapumzika hapa. So when you are cutting this tree, ujue kifuli ya kina mama hakuna. So that one, tunaweka pesa. So we are getting money out of that. Let me tell something on carbon. As we speak, carbon has come into our conservancies. It started a long time ago with the conservancies because we were under the umbrella of the Northern Regional Trust, and they were the umbrella body in charge of the conservancies. They actually bargained on our behalf. We never had that bargaining power. We never had that ability. We even don't know where to go. We even never knew that there's something like that can be done. But it was done before. We got some funds which utilized as community. But right now, things are hot. Right now, things are hot. We want to take off carbon from that partner so that we manage it ourselves so that we can get the best out of it. So what are some of the challenges, as I summarize, that you get, especially those communities that are here who are expecting to register? Delays. I told you in group branch, when registering for the group branch, we took almost 10 to 12 years because we are being pushed left, right, go there, go there. 2, financial implication. If you don't have finances, you will not move. We moved because FAO stepped in and they took part of it. Number 3, communities. You will waste a lot of time wrangling as a community. We fought many years within the community. After the community, we fought against the neighboring group branches or the neighboring communities. So when you start this process, please involve your community first, clear all the doubts within the community. Then you also bring in the process, bring in the neighboring group branches because they will make your process stall for long. We are still having a dispute ourselves between us and the Lusatia community land. We have not taken it to court. The moment you take this dispute to court, some of you will die and your kids will never get the right. So most of the things that we have to do, we have been sitting as elders, as community. We sit down, look for ways of solving these issues. At times before it was too hot, some of us were jumping up the tables, wanted to finish our friends, but later the old man said, no, tulieni vijana. Sisi ndio tunajua mahali inapita. Hao ndio wanafuata kwa miguu polepole. Mnasema hii, we were here. When you were born here, under this tree. Sasa yakaa kijana. Sisi ndio tunajua mahali inapita. So give them space. Hizi ma GPS coordinates, nini, all those things, ISID saizi. It only helps those who came before. Like right now, Lusatia Group Branch got registered 1982. Sisi tulikuja kupata registration 2014. Sheria tinasema Duale alikuwa mbele ndio ina supersede hiyo nyingine yote. Na wajamaa wamekuja mbele kwa milango yako. You are told the 16 days have bypassed. The 60 days, you did not complain. Our fathers were looking after the animals by then, nafikiri walikuwa past com. And the other guys were doing things here. So don't you see how injustices are? Na sheria inasemekana ikubali. Whether you know or you don't know, the law does not know that. So sheria ikujui. Mwenye alifuata mbele ndio atachukua ardhi. We also lost part of the land because of the the laws of Kenya. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Another hearty clap. Yes, ukweli. Yes, thank you very much. And thank you, Boniface. I think, again, for reminding us and emphasizing some of these very important things. So I think we know it, and sometimes it almost sounds like cliche, that knowledge is power. But I think we are hearing examples, some lived examples about, how people are using knowledge to even kind of self-determine and to ensure that decisions that are made about them are the decisions that work. So while in a lot of places, somebody comes in and tells you this is the value of your land, we are seeing examples where people have an opportunity to give value of their land based on a lot of things that in other places somebody might not look at. So while other places people would place value on different things, we are hearing value being placed on the fact that women sit under that tree. And so can you quantify that? And many other things. And so again, the whole question of contextualizing these things become very important. But we have also had, and I'm glad to hear, the question of gender and how important it is to be able to think about the gender issues and to ensure inclusion. We have had a lot about participation. I think we've had it across all the groups, where we see the value of ensuring that the communities are brought into these particular processes, the question of building trust, the question of ensuring we are as inclusive and as participatory as possible. But we have also had a lot of other things that I don't want to repeat because I know you have had them. But I think one of the things that I wanted to say is also the whole value of opportunity and seizing the opportunity when it is there, as well as the value of partnerships. I think many have mentioned who came in. So the LCI was mentioned, FAO has been mentioned, and many others have been mentioned. And what that tells me is the value of partnership, that we have to think about who are all the interlocutors that need to come on board, and how does that advance the process. And also not forgetting the whole question of horizontal and vertical engagement, that there are times, moments where our advocacy is about calling out, but then sometimes success lies in having that support from our government, colleagues, from civil society, and for communities, and coming together and advancing the agenda together. So thank you very much for those reflections. And now I want to take us all the way to Tanzania, where again, we are going to hear great experience. And again, I'm asking you to listen to them with those questions that we always ask ourselves. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Abraham. I'm here to share our experience of Lengapa grazing area, which is found in northern Tanzania. And my presentation will just focus on the ground of Lengapa, but also the approaches we used and achievements as well as challenges. Yes. The Olengapa grazing area was a result of the land conflict, which happened way back in 2012, whereby a number of clashes happened between pastoralists and other land users, especially small-scale farmers, and a substantial number of people died on those clashes. Therefore, the international community, the local community wanted to harmonize the situation, and the proper way of harmonizing the situation was seen to use the Tanzanian legal frameworks. I mean, the village land, I mean, the laws which guided the Land Act, I mean the land, especially the Village Land Act and the Village Land Use Planning. Therefore, we thought of having the village land use planning on those villages which have more conflicts, I mean land-related conflicts. And I mean, the good thing, the project, which is a Sustainable Rangeland Management Project, SRMP, came with the idea of or the approach of joint village land use planning. I mean, the villages have to plan against beyond the village boundaries, meaning that the aim of planning beyond the village boundaries is not having the grazing areas itself, but also having the other livestock resources such as livestock corridors, water points, deeps, and other livestock resources. Therefore, the SRMP facilitated the village land use plans, and each village has its own plan, and thereafter they had an agreement of using the resources together. This resulted to have the security and also the protection of those areas. We secure the grazing areas through the village land use plan and also the traditional arrangements. And also the protection of this was also through the traditional methods, but also we have the legal frameworks, which was the gazettement of the government of those areas, but also issuance of certificate of customer right of occupiers to those areas. And also the process of forming this Olengapa took more than 5 years, and this is just because of the participatory approach, but also the negotiations needed to acquire those land, but also gender mainstreaming and also the capacity building to the community as a whole. The achievement of this grazing cluster is, first of all, there is a decrease of land conflict around the area, and also there is also ownership of land was recognized as special to women and youth, but also they attracted other projects such as PRM, which helped them to have the proper management of the grazing area. And we have a number of challenges still in those areas. One of them is encroachment from other land users, especially the small-scale farmers. Since the land is communally owned, the farmer thinks it has no owner. Therefore, there's some trials of encroaching those lands. But also we have another challenge of the mindset of the government and other peoples in the country, which took pastoralism is taken as inferior to other economic activities such as crop farming. Therefore, pastoral land is not recognized or is not where it's not recognized or not in comparison to other land uses, especially crop farming areas. Yes. In short, that's what about the Olengapa. I'd like to submit.
All right. Thank you very much. A clap for Akrimali, please. A convincing one. Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, thank you very much from that experience from Tanzania. I had it across the others, but I had it again, the question of time and patience, and the fact that some of these things need to be pursued with the understanding that it involves people and people need to agree. And there is nothing as hard as getting people to be of the same mind, because naturally, even in the same house, we are very different. Even if we are raised, I think somebody said, even for our parents, we experience our parents very differently. He's the same father, he's the same mother, but your brother experiences your parent very differently from your sister and things like that, just because we are individual beings. And so the question of being able to invest in time to ensure that participatory processes are achieved, that people are able to work together to be able to overcome the challenges that may exist. I think we've had the whole question of conflict sensitivity. Again, when we talk about people, we cannot fail to talk about conflict. And so conflict sensitivity becomes very important. And finally, one of the most important things that we've had here also for me is the whole question of collaborative land governance, that we recognize that land uses might be different, but at the end of the day, in any given context, we cannot be confined to a certain corner. We depend on ourselves, we relate with that land differently, and so we have to, in a lot of ways, find ways that enables us to cut across those differences that might exist. So thank you very much. I see I have 6 minutes to the time that I was allocated, so I want to give this 6 minutes to some of those questions. I promised us a conversation, so who has a question or a comment? I have one hand here. Oh, wow. Okay, keep them. Where is the MC? You'll have to help me because of that light, I can't see very well. So can we see the hands and then you can allocate them numbers so that they ask the questions, please?
How many do you want?
Sorry?
How many people? How many people?
Can we have the hands up? How many hands do we have? We will not have another round. So I'd like to see those hands. How many hands do we have?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Please make it half a minute. 10. Oh, well, if we make it half a minute, we will be within our time. So we start with the first one.
Yes, thank you. I'm Shaban Sal from Garissa County, Kenya. And I just want to echo my brother and Khalif, who has elaborated, given us the progresses that Kemude community has made in registering the land and giving out, and the case of Northern Kenya, what's happening there. So, and I just have 1 or 2 questions, probably. Only one question, And there's this general perception and consensus in Northern Kenya that the range conditions and the lands were good before the advent of colonial and the old days when the communities were managing the rangeland through their own indigenous knowledge and cultural institutions. And that the sidelining of the indigenous knowledge and the deliberate disregard of the community institutions have paved way to the serious degradation that we are seeing today. And yesterday in the plenary, it has clearly come out that the land tenure issues is one of the conflict drivers of conflict in pastoral setup. And now we are going towards formalization and recognizing this customary right. And even in Kemude, we have seen that there are a number of court cases and claims from neighboring communities on the issue of land. So, and as we are going towards formalization, we have even a case in Garissa where just localized efforts like creating range resources and grazing plans have sparked tensions among communities. So how can we ensure and harmonize way, or what approach can we give moving forward for this formalization of land? And yet we are seeing an existing conflict currently among pastoral communities on land fragmentations and individualization.
All right, thank you very much. So how do you mitigate conflict in all this? I think I
Please,
hear that.
30
That's
seconds
a question for Khalif, but anyone else next?
Good morning. My name is Mary Wangoi, also from Garissa County. And my question will be to our community representatives. I would want to understand on the issue on how they are able to address the dilemma of duality, especially when it comes to the legal and the social norms in community land registration, whereby we have a legal document, the Community Land Act, that pushes community to register their land. And behind that, we have strong customary tenure norms. So how do we get that nice balance whereby we're able to accommodate both the legal and the social aspects?
Thank you.
30 seconds.
Thank you. Colin Sowade from Tembea. Now, Boniface from Serolipi. Now, I'm interested to know how you managed to clear yourself with the community after the arrest. How did you restore the trust with the community? Then 2, now that the Big Five may no longer be under the youth bracket, how are you including the youth in the continuity of the process?
All right, thank you very much. If we could move, please, because of time, I'm sorry.
Good morning.
Yeah.
My name is Salah from Wajir County. My question goes to Khalif. For anything to be done, it must have benefit. What benefit does community land registration that they have done to the pastoralists, since the pastoralists move from one place to another.
Okay. Benefits to pastoralists.
Thank you so much. How many hands are left?
So there was.
We will want ladies also too.
So this was the first hand here. So I would like very much to ensure that we give him and the lady there. But so we can give two more there, then come here.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abdikarim Guyo from RINSO, Resilience Initiative for Nomadic Support Organization. My question is for the Kemude community. I know consensus building has always been a challenge. What strategies have you used in building consensus among the community, and how long for the entire process of registration have lasted?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So
please, the others, you can solve your questions. We are still having more sessions.
Other sessions,
I have a mic.
we can ask those questions later.
Thank you. My name is Hussein Tadicha from Center for Research and Development in Drylands. Mine is a comment actually, and relates to what Khalif said regarding the community conservancy and the case. I just happened to get the ruling here. And this is something that is critical, and it has been in conversation even the last time. The issue is conservation is a land use, and we always see it competing with land ownership, and this shouldn't be the case. Here, for instance, a conservancy here is nullified because it never followed the process. And one key judgment that is made here is, which is important for us to note, is that this conservancy registration relates to use of land and will invite the approval of members of the community as per the 2/3 rule. And also the Community Land Management Committee must know that they are the supreme, they are the ones who have been elected by the county assembly. So the land uses are under them. So conservation is a land use that should abide by what the community decide through their land management committees. I think this needs just to be clear to us.
All right, thank you very much. So we have two final ones here.
Yeah, thanks. My name is Osman Legal from Isiolo. I have three questions actually for each of you, for Soleribi,
please choose
Garissa,
one.
and Tanzania. I start with Tanzania. What is the future of pastoralism in Tanzania? Because I understand the government of Tanzania is confining the pastoralism from northern region of Tanzania to a 5-acre plot in Tanga region. Soleribi. While carbon markets is offer economic potential through proper land management, how sure are you sure? How is this evaluation done? Are you very comfortable with the evaluation in terms of how this evaluation in terms of carbon markets is valued? And the other thing is the Ketraco issue. Are they giving you, they are counting the trees, majority, I think the major species around that area is balanite and the acacia species. Are they not, I think there used to be 30 meters on either side of the where the pole is passing. That's how you will be compensated for your land.
Thank you.
Is that what is happening?
All right, thank you.
Garissa.
Thank you.
so
Allow
much.
me, please. No, I'm sorry.
Just one
because
more.
of time, just allow us to respond to those, and we can discuss the other in the,
All
in
right,
the group
we can-
discussions. So we had the lady, unless the question has been asked.
Thank you. I'm Savia from South Sudan. I would just like to know from the community registration system, how do you safeguard the right of wives of a polygamous man? And then the second thing is, there is an assumption that when you register community land, it is degrading. There is a tendency for it to degrade faster. What are you going to do in terms of safeguarding the rights of future generations? Because they will all depend on this land.
Right.
If you go very fast with those conservants and you exploit the resources on that land very fast, what will happen to the future generation?
Right.
And that is now, I would like you to, this is a debate about the benefits of registration and then the unexpected or the expected results that comes with it.
Thank you so
Thank you.
much.
Thank you so much. So I will ask my panelists to, so there are people who ask specific questions, but there are also general questions. So starting from here, kindly respond to any specific question that was asked to you, as well as any that you'd like to respond to. And if a question has been responded to, the panelists, you can then just move to another one. You don't have to respond to a question that has already been responded to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I've asked you a question on what the future of pastoralism in Tanzania. The truth is, I mean, because of the engagement of advocates from different partners, the government and the other peoples in the country has now recognized the pastoralism as the system of life of those people. And up to now, we have over 3 million hectares of land have been allocated for grazing areas to pastoralists. Therefore, you can see that the area is not enough, but I mean, the efforts are there to make sure that the pastoralism is there, and the main pillar of pastoralism is the mobility. Therefore, we allow mobility through the livestock corridor and stock routes. Therefore, I think it's not so secured, but at least something there, and we can assure that with this effort, pastoralism will still grow in the country, and we can help them to have these livestock resources, especially the grazing areas and water points. Thank you.
I can start. Good morning once again. I know most of my questions is from my colleague from Northern Kenya, and I know the reason because most of the community land they are not registered. So let me start with my friend from Garissa about traditional knowledge or indigenous knowledge. In our case, we have implemented and used traditional knowledge in terms of conflict resolution. So during the registration, when you have a conflict, so we call the wazis together, and then they resolve that issue. In terms of grazing, so we already have the traditional grazing plan, the wet and the dry grazing seasons. That is also where we use indigenous knowledge in grazing. So I think in conflict, in grazing, we have used traditional knowledge. But you know, in our systems, even the governance system, the county government in Northern Kenya, I will not go deep into that. You know how our system is. We have many challenges, but we tried our best and solve the issue within our locality. The second question is from about what is the benefit of the conservancy or the registration of the community land. Of course, I have already mentioned some benefits. The first one is about ownership. You do understand, friend from Northern Kenya, your area tunaitanga no man's land. Hiyo ardhi haina wenyewe because it's very vast, very dry. And then it's only the pastoralists who are using there. So after you register your land, you know your demarcation area, you have the ownership right. There is the issue of better planning because you can develop a land use plan after the registration, and then you will plan and inform. You can make an informed decision when you have a good planning. So when you prepare a land use plan, the community knows that this is their conservation area, this is their grazing area, we have a farming area and the settlement area. So despite not having a spatial plan in our area, still we can use that land use plan can inform us in terms of decision making. The other issues I have already mentioned about inclusivity, whereby we know very clear how our traditionals in terms of women land ownership was, but currently kila mtu ako kwa hiyo register. Everyone is included in that register. Whether you are from the minority side, whether from the majority side, everybody is put into that register. And failure to implement well in that register can lead you to even issues about legal issues. So we have been trying to put everybody into that register whether you are women, minority, everyone. So I think that one is also a benefit, and everyone is feeling that this is his or her land. The issue of carbon, most of the carbon developers or the carbon investors, they need a legal document or a title deed for them to invest in your land. Not only about the carbon, even other projects, big projects. If a developer went to develop a project in your area, the first question is who owns the land? So all these are the benefit of registering your community land. Question 3, what were the strategies? I think it was that. And how many years it took? It took us around 3 years to register the community land. And what were the strategy? Yes, we used the traditional knowledge. We used the county government, especially from the land department. We were collaborating with the National Land Commission, the Ministry of Land and Physical Planning, KWS, all stakeholders were involved. And we have been creating awareness about the Community Land Act 2016. And then we are teaching the community what is their right, how to register, how to go to process. So we were using that strategy, awareness creation, capacity building, and that issues. About my brother, I don't remember your name. Yeah, your question was more of it was a comment, yeah? Yes, it is true that conservancy is a land use. And after we registered our community land, so that is why we developed the land use plan, and we say this is an area preserved for conservation. So the conservancy was registered before the registration of the community land. And the registration was through the conservation and I don't know what the Act 2013 Act of about conservation management. It made it very clear. And then we registered through KWS. So the issue is now, who is responsible in managing all these resources and the community? And yes, we know it is the CLMCs, but in our case, right from the registration, we started that process of management plan and land use plan, so that the CLMCs has the mandate to manage the resources there.
Please summarize.
Thank you.
I think that is the last question is about the right of the women. I've already mentioned they are in the register. They are the decision making. They are also included in the CLMCs. Thank you.
All right, you can answer from where you're seated, and just to summarize, please, in the interest of time.
Yes, let me just say one. I think on issues of conflict mitigation, alternative ways of doing it. Let courts be the last resolution, because it will take you years. Number 2, my friend, when I was arrested by cartels. And when the truth was uncovered, then the tables were turned, and then the hunter became the hunted. So that's what happened. It is on youths, because the big 5 were no longer within the bracket. In all our stakeholders meetings, we involve the youths. They are part of the stakeholders. Number 2, when we are signing the agreements, reading the agreements and interpreting them, since it is the largest elite team in the community, we always take them first, we go through, and then we use them as part of the team that is going to enlighten the community on the same. So by doing that, we really bring them in. And then in the CLMC, we also have a youth representative who always brings all their issues to the team and then takes back to the team. About women, all women, whether you have 10, are now registered within your register. So it is it's allowed by the new Community Land Act.
Thank you.
And then issues on future generations on conservation. We have the land use plan that clearly stipulates this area is for conservation, this area for grazing, this is routes where animals will use, and then anything that you have to do with the conservation, either using investor or what, it has to be done within the conservation area, period. Nothing more than that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think I have only 2 questions. One was from Mary in regards to legal and social aspect on community lands association. To me, I feel that an effective community lands association requires inclusive participation of communities and existing cultural structures to enable ownership of the lands association. In the event that the communities do not participate in the processes of formation, definitely conflict shall ensue, and that means we shall not manage the CLS formation. Then I also think that the CLS must respect the indigenous authority structures that exist, the elders associations that we have in our communities. That means then that we shall be having binding agreements or binding negotiations on the formation of the CLS. Then I also think that we need to fast track on legal training to enhance the capacity of community on their land rights vis-a-vis the social norms that we have, to ensure that the formation of these lands observes things to do with free, prior, and informed consent, so that communities are not just taken unaware that yes, we are forming a community lands association, but then we do not have any information regarding this. So if we are able to observe free, prior, and informed consent, then we shall not be having conflict in regards to the formation of lands association. Then the very last one is that we need to continue advocating for policy reforms on existing legal frameworks to safeguard communal land rights and interests of interest in the community lands. In regards to rights of polygamous women in a relationship, I feel one, we need to ensure documentation of land use, whereby there should be formal agreements or informal agreements in households where families are able to know that this is a gazette place for myself, and so the other person cannot encroach on my land. Then I also think widowhood protection after demise of their husbands need to be protected, so that interest of widows and polygamous women are not compromised. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Please, let's give them an encouraging clap as they leave the stage. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And please give yourselves a clap for being great listeners as well as participants. Yeah, thank you very much. I encourage us to use the break to speak to these guys. I think there's a lot still that remains to be discussed, and I think there's an opportunity to share a bit more. So find them during the break and have that conversation. Thank you. I hand it back over to the MC of the day. Thank you so much.
Well, the DJ, thank you. I wanted the DJ to play that song so that we can remember one of the clubs we used to do during those days, so that we can appreciate the moderator and also the awesome panelist in a special Nyayo way. So do you remember how we used to go about it? Makofi ya Nyayo, right? Let's prepare our hands as we give the awesome moderator and also the great panelist Nyayo claps. Moja, mbili, funga, fungua. Asanteni sana. Na hiyo yote ni maendeleo. All right, at this juncture, I would like to usher in the next presentation, the last one before we head to have our health break. And the next presentation shall be held by some vibrant gentlemen who I know will keep time and stick to 10 minutes maximum. So the presentation is on it's on the role of data and technology in tenure security and land governance. So we are going to learn something about the use of geospatial technology and remote sensing to map land ownership and use. And ladies and gentlemen, to take us through this session, it's my privilege and honor to welcome to the stage Mr. Richard Bett from Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, who will give a few remarks, and then he'll proceed to welcome Mr. Pascal Adongo from Resource Conflict Institute to take us through the presentation. So ladies and gentlemen, we can give him a clap as he comes, as the Nyayo song plays.
Thank you. Thank you, DJ. I don't want to take much time, but in the spirit of talking data and innovation, let's get a little active, and I'd like us to stand up if you've ever used your map or used a map on your phone today. If you've ever used a map on your phone today, you can stand up. All right, if you've ever used a map on your phone, you can stand up. Yes, you can stand up. I'm trying to see who has not used maps on the phone before. Okay, so I think it's clear the importance of maps. So if you also think that technology can improve land governance, I think we'll also appreciate this session. So I'll briefly just mention one thing before I invite our presenter of the session. Land is at the heart of livelihoods and culture and survival in Eastern Africa. For millions of people in our region, customary tenure systems provide the foundation for food security, community cohesion, and resilience. And yet these systems are increasingly under strain from population growth, competing land uses, climate change, and large-scale investments. But at the same time, we live in an era where data and technology are transforming the way we understand and manage land. Today, tools such as Landmark, which maps indigenous and community lands globally, and the Land Matrix, which monitors large-scale and land acquisitions, are creating unprecedented levels of transparency and accountability in land governance. But equally, geospatial technologies and remote sensing are allowing us to see land and land use cover in real time, tracking aspects such as deforestation, mapping community boundaries and mapping community land, monitoring expansion, urban sprawl, agricultural expansion, and supporting evidence-based planning at national and also the county levels. With these tools, when used responsibly, can provide communities with great visibility over their lands, strengthening tenure security and give policymakers, planners, and insights they need to balance competing demands on land. But with technology, it's not all neutral. It raises important questions such as ownership, accessibility, accuracy, and inclusivity. How do you ensure that the data reflects local realities and does not inadvertently put communities at risk? How can governments, civil society, and communities co-create, co-manage these systems in a way that builds trust and safeguards rights? These are critical issues that frame our session or the presentation that's coming next. So allow me to welcome my colleague, Pascal Ogola, who's going to present on little progress in practice. Welcome, Pascal. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Ogola Pascal. I work with the Resource Conflict Institute, where I oversee issues to do with data. And today, picking from where my colleague Bett has left it, in essence, we are going to be looking at a presentation titled Little Progress in Practice, which essentially is an acknowledgement that indeed we have been able to realize some progress. But then it is also a question that then this progress from the comments that we are seeing is that then we have not realized enough as probably we ought to. And from the morning, one thing is coming out clearly, that when you speak about customary tenure, then we have various dimensions about this customary tenure. We are also looking at a situation that to be able to understand all these various facets and dimensions, then data becomes a central point. So it is within this interface that therefore data becomes a key tool for governance and also for promoting transparency and accountability, especially among the communities, among the partners, and also among the governments. And while there is a varied array of data sets that are possible, today we are just going to look at two of them. We are going to look at what is referred to as the Land Matrix Initiative, and I shall come to that shortly, and also what is referred to as the landmark. But all of these initiatives, we have others like the Global Land Indicators Initiative and a large array of other partners. But importantly, we shall be sort of grounding the data around the assessment of what was called the voluntary guidelines on the responsible governance of tenure and fisheries, because you find that this is a framework that governments and partners agreed on, that it provides a basis for us to be able to advocate for sustainable economic development and, importantly, the elimination of poverty, which seems to be a recurring issue, that how do we therefore maintain the protection of the pastoral livelihoods within the areas that we work. So just as a brief about the Land Matrix, is essentially a platform to promote land monitoring initiatives, to promote transparency and accountability. And it does that by simply tracking and providing accurate information about large-scale land acquisitions within all these areas, where rangelands also seem to be areas where these acquisitions are happening. Later on, I'll be inviting you to maybe look at this presentation, or simply just type on your browser Land Matrix. You shall be able to see the array of data sets that are available there. And importantly, you will go to the page called Observatories and look for Africa, because that is where our interest is. So of course, like I've already mentioned, the need for data is two. Number one is to ensure the protection of livelihoods for the poor. And number two is to be able to ensure that land governance results are improved and the conditions of the people where they stay are also improved. Quickly, in terms of looking at what is the data saying? What is the data saying in terms of what is happening within the rangelands, what is happening within the other areas? We see these 8 things coming out. Number one, we have the issue about increased land speculation, because rangelands are now the new frontiers for development. So we see increased land speculation for people who want to get some land for whatever they see coming in the future. Then number two, we see displacement or confinement of indigenous communities. What does that mean? It means if, let's say, a project comes in, then you have to pave way for that project to take place. Or in other areas, they will erect fences that then makes it difficult for people to move from one place to another, mobility. We are seeing issues of land fragmentation. We are seeing issues of poor benefit sharing among the projects that are being undertaken. We are seeing increased mistrust among the communities, because like it was mentioned the other day, it is possible then to transact with 1 or 2 individuals only in the community. Then we are seeing issues of environmental degradation, conflict, and also on the positive side, we're also seeing a bit of employment happening in these areas, but not major to report on. And then in terms of what are these investments focusing on within these rangelands? And we see these 4 common issues coming up. So we see what are the carbon offset projects, we see the renewable energy projects, mining concessions, and conservation projects. While in themselves investments are good, we said we have to be able to see a situation where they're able to reflect and the benefits also accrue to the local communities. So this is just to give you a visual, a bet begun by who has used a map. And you can see all the purple dots. Those represent all the investments that are happening within the, and when we say large scale, it means these are areas beyond 200 hectares and above, and especially for what we call the transnational investors, so meaning investors from one place to another one. So you can see all those investments within the region as it's happening. Then, of course, to be able to contextualize it based on the voluntary guidelines, then we track these indicators, 9 of them. And importantly is the presence of land conflict, whether the community has been recognized, that is the recognition status of the community land tenure, all the way up to if there was any provision of legal assistance. So we try to look at all these investments. Did they have some of these indicators coming out or not? And we measure it on a 4-level scale to be able to determine what is coming out. So I shall look at each of the countries within the region one by one and see what is coming out in 2022 and try to compare it. Has there been any change as of 2025? You can see as at 2022, Kenya had just a score of 24.5. So meaning the conformance to that VGGT. So it had a low score, and you can see on the right issues that were coming out. For example, issues that we are seeing about resolution of disputes over tenure rights in these areas. You can see there was poor performance in these areas, and overall, Kenya had just 24.5 when we look at it in that context. And you can see the progression. The green line is when we compare it against the whole of Africa. So how was Kenya comparing in 2022? So you can see in some of the indicators, Kenya, except one, you can see it was performing poorly on all of them, except number, that is 12.2. So if you go to the conformance of the VGGT, those who know it, there is Article 12.2. So on only Article 12.2 is where Kenya fared fairly. Same situation with Uganda, but you see for Uganda, some of them were slightly above the African average, if not most of them, except Article 12.42. And you can see it equally had a better score than Kenya at 43.6. Same situation with Tanzania, but also better than Kenya, 33.4. Same situation with Ethiopia, 27.7. And same situation, at least Kenya performed better than Sudan. Sudan had 11.3. Like I said, these are scores based on what governments agreed on based on the voluntary tenure. So how is it performing in terms of all those indicators? South Sudan had 21.6, so also performed fairly poorly, more than Kenya. But most importantly, that was 3 years ago. So we wanted to see what is the situation coming up as in 2025. And actually you can see from the results, it actually appears that it is actually becoming worse. You can see the percentage severe violations. So we have Ethiopia at 93, Tanzania at 82. And for Uganda, importantly, all the deals that were updated within the last 2 years, which is what we normally check, we can see 100% of them violated. Same to Sudan, 100% of all the deals within the last 2 years violated. And you can see for Kenya, at least, we have, I think that is 56, then followed by South Sudan, 83. So that is the situation in essence, in a nutshell. And this brings us to the point of view that although we are making progress, we are seeing that there is little progress, and in some instances, we are actually stepping back or retracing our steps. So there is need to increase transparency. There is need to have concerted efforts to be able to ensure that then we are making progress towards securing community land tenure. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Pascal. We can do better. And we can do best. Wow, thank you so much. Any quick reflections on that? 1 minute. I'll give it to 3 people only. three people for quick reflections on that. It's either you understood completely or you misunderstood completely, if there's no any.
Thank you so much for this wonderful presentation on use of technology, especially in land registration. I think what is showing us that we can use GIS in many other aspects. My name is Wambai Wabwire. I work with Kadasa Foundation, and we have had the honest privilege of working with most of you here in the different contexts, from South Sudan to Uganda. And what we do is mainly implement GIS, using GIS technology to support land documentation. And what I want to add on this discussion is that GIS can be simple. It doesn't have to be very complex, and it can considerably reduce the cost of land registration. Yesterday, when Ken was presenting, one thing that he mentioned was that land registration, comparatively, between Kenya, Uganda, and Tanzania, we find that Kenya is very expensive. And why? Is because Kenya, as much as we appreciate technology and we want to use it, we want to use the best and the top of technologies, which makes land registration to be very expensive and out of reach of many. In Uganda, Commissioner Wazia Smith, we have been able to reduce the cost of land registration by using simple technologies such as your mobile device installed with the DNSS device, and we're able to offer the accuracy that is required, up to 6 centimeter accuracy at a cost of $50 per parcel. And if, for the policy that is here, I think because this is a high level policy engagement, we should talk about working our laws, especially here in Kenya and Tanzania, to be able to use, let's leave Tanzania because they're also like Uganda, they have find a way to decentralize land registration to the village or to the district level, hence reducing the cost and also allowing the use of fit for purpose land tools. Can we revise the policies in Kenya to support use of simple technologies that offer the same accuracy and also enable community to participate in these processes so that we don't have the conflict between Serolipi and Losesia over boundaries, because the people who drew those boundaries were surveyors and not community members. That's my input to the discussion. Thank you.
Any other reflection on that?
Thank you. Thank you for good presentation. For this year, I work with Land Matrix. They support me how to do monitoring. If you have a land use plan, how you can monitor vegetation trend, vegetation loss, and degradation. I'm not sure if this is the technology, because you can access after you develop your land use plan, after 5 or 10 years, you can assess the change of vegetation, the change of forest loss or forest gain, biomass composition, if there is a difference between, if that's true, I can advise you can support those people who are doing physical planning to use the same technology to assess the impact of land use planning in different ecosystems. As long as I'm a registered town planner, it will add value to most of the physical planner.
Well, thank you. A lady, I want a lady to, for purpose of gender balance. So the last guy, and then a lady should prepare a question on that.
Thank you so much, and great presentation. And the very important thing that we need to know is the quality of the data that we are putting in the system. And this one is very critical because it's something that the experience that we have, something that we are calling stakeholders engagement, which is very important before you would start putting the data in the system. So if you are not doing very well this step, of stakeholder engagement, finally you get the data, but the data is not quality, is not reflecting the needs, is not reflecting the aspiration of the people from whom you are collecting the data. So this step is quite important. And how this land-based data is open. This is another issue. And another issue is, do you have the national data center? Because we need to protect our data. So if we are collecting data and then we are putting data and then we don't have our national data center, is another issue. So sometimes we make sure that the country or the county level, we start developing what we call county data center, so that you can host your own data and be sure that your data is protecting and then you are using for the good purpose. Thank you.
Thank you, Innocent. Any lady who has a question, maybe before I can give Pascal a chance to respond. Well, thank you. There's a lady here with a question.
Mine is not a question, but a comment. As we keep collecting the data, is there a linkage with the data that is being collected so that we're able to do advocacy, evidence-based advocacy? Say, for example, in Uganda, you mentioned that it's at 100% violations, but how are we going to use that data to confront our governments and ensure that human rights are being adhered to? That is one of the challenges that we are having, that in Uganda, we collected that data and that's where we stopped. And we are not seeing organizations coming up trying to use that data that has been collected to ensure that the rights of the people that have been violated, their rights are being protected. So basically the data is just there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I know there have been more reflections and comments than questions. So Pascal, you have 1 minute to sum it up. Well, you'll ask after Pascal.
Okay, thank you so much for all those comments. In terms of whether there is a national data center, we must be able to understand that this is not a government initiative, but rather an initiative of stakeholders who are in this sense non-governmental. And in that regard, Land Matrix is a global platform. It is not a Kenyan or, so it has data for the whole globe, especially on areas to do with indigenous and local communities. So that data exists. Then number two, I think it was a comment in terms of tailoring the data to various instances, and the data is actually open. That's why I said I will invite you to just type on your browser Land Matrix, and you can be able to start to see the data that is available. Once you are able to log in, you can be able to see that the data has rigorous methodology for inclusion. You'll even find there, for example, contracts to some of these projects. I don't know how credible it can get better than a contract, can it? So try it. I invite you to try it. I invite you to try it, log into it, and check and see what is available. But the whole point is to assure you that then it is which I think the data then can be different situations based on the need. So the data is entered in a generalized manner in the sense that there's some variables, like I mentioned, that are tracked, but then you can be able to use it to fit different circumstances. So for example, those who want to pursue issues like, let's say, as evidence for, let's say, court processes, then that data is also available. So you can then be able to tailor it as you see fit. So I think maybe those are the comments, unless I've missed one. Thank you. And on the comment about the vegetation monitoring, that is a separate component, not necessarily to do with Land Matrix, but it is something that FAO can be able to assist. So I'll give him a comment.
Thank you, Pascal. Probably I'll just mention a bit on the monitoring. I think we are at the advent where so many digital tools have gone online. And at the moment we have platforms who offer comprehensive monitoring or data monitored over a period of time that can be accessible using or using free data. This is also remote sensing data, but also secondary available data. So not only FAO does any or platforms which have globally available data at global level, accuracy may reduce, but data is freely accessible. For FAO, we have platforms such as FAOStat, but we also have GIS platforms which have integrated Earth Explorer or other online tools that can be accessible freely. And so these can integrate not just vegetation monitoring, but you can also monitor water indices, soil indices, weather indices, among others. And so if you'd like to access some of these tools, I'm available to share.
Well, thank you so much for that awesome session. Yeah, so ladies and gentlemen, it's 11:15 a.m. I would like us to proceed for tea. But before we go for tea, I want to give you some assignment. Let's go for tea. Think about the countries which are here and what each country is known for. Because when you come back, I'll be asking you some questions. So think about each country. It can be Benin, what is Benin known for? It can be Zimbabwe, what Zimbabwe is known for, what Kenya is known for, Ethiopia, etc. So when you come back, I'll be asking you some questions, and then we shall proceed in the next session. So I invite us to quickly take the next 20 minutes to have our tea down there where we had yesterday, and then we gather here at exactly 11:45 a.m. for the next session. So mine is to wish you a sumptuous tea break. You have exactly 25 minutes, please. Exactly 25 minutes. Be here at 11:40.
Nikisimama hapa nifanye Ladies and gentlemen, before you is just Nemas from Turkana County Government. Mama hii kitu imezimika ya kijamii, sijafurahia. The high level by annual. Yeah, surely. Kwa nini hiyo kitu imezimika? Ulichomona imezimika? Eka tena. Hey, breakfast, we are done. Kwani light hakuna? Hey. Oh. Hey. Oh. The high level biannual regional policy and conference on customary tenure rights in Eastern Africa. Many county governments are represented herein, and I'll be glad. Iko sawa? Aje tena. Na sasa nyumbani. Nada. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for having me. I'm Josephine Matsi from Turkana County Government. We are having high level biannual regional conference, policy conference on the customary tenure rights in Eastern Africa. Bado light ni mbaya. Good morning. I'm just feeling myself from Turkana County Government, representing the Directorate of Life Production. The high level biannual regional conference. Iko sawa? Hawa iko na shida tena.
we're having a panel right now. Yeah, so the seats can. Welcome back. Welcome back, excellencies, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Please make your way to the conference hall. So that you can start the next session, the mid-morning session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I invite Mr. Abraham Wandukusi again to do the honors of mobilizing the participants who are still having a health break to join us in the conference room. Mr. Paul, you can also assist in mobilizing the participants who are still having tea to join us for the mid-morning session. Please call your neighbor, your friend, your colleague, and ask them to make their way to the conference hall since we are about to begin the mid-morning session. Your attention and cooperation on this matter is highly appreciated. Please. The DJ, you can put some sauti sol.
This man should come here. Or it is played.
You've never seen that thing. No, you put it there. There is a thing. You say that.
Joshua, I think he's still doing it. You want to do some interview again? Today? Yes, please. You interview. You did interview with me, yes? No? There's a lady that has also just walked in. Did you tomorrow? Did you yesterday interview anybody from the government? You did? Okay, let Joshua come, then I will give you a list. Joshua is there. You're taking the program.
Oh, I got it. Make it ready.
Make the link ready.
No, like do they still have the so that they can.
It needs to be
So then we need to disperse these seats again. You know, Lisa. You know, Lisa.
But seat can.
Yes, please, ladies and gentlemen, make your way to the conference hall. We're about to begin our mid-morning session. I do call upon Mr. Joshua Okoth to help us mobilize the participants to join us for the mid-morning session. We are
Just tell them that we are doing random. We are also doing random interviews. So if they reached out to you, kindly just give them whatever they need. So that is if it's okay with you. So we are collecting information through random interview. So thank you so much. It's out there at the gate, just at the entrance. That's where they're doing the interviews. We'll start punishing latecomers so that when they come, they dance for us. Yes, that's what they should be doing. So anybody who walks into the door, please just come to the stage. DJ, just play the music. We'll be calling them to come to the stage. We said we'll be punishing latecomers, so if you don't want to be punished, please rush to the room so that you don't fall in the trap where you'll be dancing for us. Yes, and singing. So please ensure you get into the room in the next 1 minute, if possible. If you come later than that, you will give us your dance moves right here.
Yes, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We can all be upstanding as we allow the digestion to take place, also as the other members are joining us. The team is still interactive, so we are looking forward to have more interaction and more engagement as we proceed to getting into the halfway through our conference. So I invite us to be upstanding as the DJ does his own thing. You can put the twisty. Yes, that one now. We can be upstanding. It's a freestyle session. Well, thank you. I think we are a quorum. We can now thank you, the DJ. So we are almost a full house, so we can start now the session. So, ladies and gentlemen, welcome once more to the mid-morning session. And I'd given you some small assignments, which I want to take the next 2 minutes as we wait for the others to come. So I'd asked you to think about any country in Africa and what that country is known for, especially those ones who are here. So I'll be doing a random selection. The question was, you think about any country in Africa and what that country is known for, the activity that country is known for, or anything that country is known for. Yes, anything that country is known for. All right. Now, I think I'll pick the tables which are already full. The tables are already full. I'll pick randomly from the table. So I want you to hear the instructions very keenly. I want the tables that are quite full, over 5 members, you have a pen in the table, one person to lift up a pen, one person in the table to lift the pen up. There's no person there with a pen to lift it up. One person who has a pen here to lift one pen up. Yeah, so I want you to pass that pen around as the music plays. When the music stops, the one who will be having the pen will answer the question. Are we together? Are we together? One pen only. When the music stops, the person who will be having the pen will be answering the question. Are we in order? Are we together? Are we together? Now, do you want to do it standing or sitting? No, standing is easier. So that you don't prick somebody with the pen. No, you can join just the table that is quite full. So maybe be upstanding. We are standing so that we can now deliver on the session. Huh? So you pass the pen around. The one will be having the pen. Yes? Any direction. All right, let's do a test. DJ, start.
One pen, it's going around amongst you. Yeah? Yeah? Yeah, just within.
You pass the pen. You pass the pen in your group. You pass the pen.
Within the table, within the.
You pass the
just
pen.
Within the table.
What's the pen?
Sawek.
What's the pen here? All right, we were doing mic testing, right?
Yes.
That was mic testing. Now you understand the gist? So you pass the pen around.
No.
The one who will be having the pen when the music stops will now answer. And this time it's a serious. All right. DJ, let's go.
Give us the pen. The pen should go around.
Pass the pen. Pass the pen.
Pass the pen to your neighbor.
Pass the pen.
Pen. Yeah.
All right, all right, all right. Now I'm going to ask the question. I think we have the winners already.
Yes, yes.
We have the winners. I call them the winners. So who has the pen in this group? All right, may you stand up? Who has the pen in that group? Please stand. Who has the pen there? If you have a pen, please stand.
Who has a pen in this point?
If you have a pen in your group, just stand. All right, we have amazing champions here. So which country comes to your mind and what does it do? What is it best known for? Yes. So Kenya is known for nyama choma, true or false?
Who had a pen in your
Continentally, if you ask anybody in Egypt what Kenya is known for, they'll say nyama choma. All right. Yes. Hospitality. Well, yes.
Tanzania.
I want an activity, not an activity the country is known for. Or yes, Professor?
Tanzania.
Yes.
Tourism.
Tourism, yes.
Kenya is the land of champions. Who doesn't know that?
Yes. For running, who else? That group?
For Kenya?
So any country, even Ethiopia, Somalia,
Okay, Ethiopia.
Oh, any country in Africa and what it is known for.
Known for coffee, quality coffee.
Ethiopia coffee, wonderful, yes. Which other country?
Uganda is known for rearing the longhorn cattle.
Yes. Yes, another?
Africa, known for Mandela.
Known for?
Mandela, yeah.
Is amazing. Which other country? Yes.
Uganda.
No, don't repeat that. No, don't repeat what.
So I have to change.
Yes.
Nigeria known for acting movies.
Oh, wow, wonderfully, yes.
Congo, known for dressing stylish and flashy, the art of sapology.
Ah, wonderful, wonderful. All right, the last one here. Oh, there are others, eh? Yes.
Botswana is known for diamond.
Wonderfully, yes.
I am from Kenya, but I will talk about Somalia.
Yes.
Somalia is known for camels. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful, yes, wonderful.
No, girl, we call it girl. Yeah.
Wonderful.
Nomadism, you know, camels, cows, goats, all.
Oh, thank you. Here's the last one there.
Oh, Egypt for pyramids.
Wow, thank you so much. It's been an awesome session, ladies and gentlemen. May you please give yourself a round of applause for that cooperation. Without further ado, I would like to usher us into the next session. The next session it will be a panel discussion that will be moderated by Mr. Mbogo. And this panel discussion shall be looking at 4 key items. Number 1 was emerging interest on carbon credit and shifting land uses and the impacts on the communal lands, the place of courts in addressing customary tenure and land-related conflicts, how this impacts pastoralism and rangelands, and also the emerging conservation models in the rangelands. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to welcome Mr. Mbogo in this session, and I think we can give him a round of applause as he makes his way to the stage. Welcome.
Good morning, everybody. Still morning, yeah? Oh, it's already jumped to afternoon. Now the light is too much for people who have problems with macho. Yeah, my name is Mbogo Kamau, and my background is not in rangeland. I'm more of a wetland specialist. And in wetlands, we usually talk of promoting integrated management, where we're not looking just about the water, we're also looking about what is happening around the water. In this still, we have some convergence. If you go to those rangelands, you'll find there are those water bodies. Yesterday, I was more of a student. I sat somewhere silently and listened to every word which was spoken in this hall. And in the morning, you remember Ken ambushing me, asking me how was the night. And really, I kind of said, gestured, because really that is what was happening in my mind even yesterday. After we left here, trying to think within my head, what did we talk about? What were the real issues? And really, where are we heading? We have a theme, we're looking at policy, research, and learning. And yesterday I saw more of identification of the problems that we are experiencing within our rangelands, the challenges within these rangelands, really running from management, policy, and practices. And I feel quite comfortable now because what is happening today really kind of connects very well to what happened yesterday. That today, we're not just discussing the challenges, we're also looking at the solutions. And like our first session this morning, we're really trying to learn from each other, trying to get experiences, real experiences. Yesterday when I was leaving and I was, when we broke to groups, I was in the land tenure group. And one thing that came out of that group seems people were not very happy with what is happening in Kenya as far as land issues are concerned. I'm a Kenyan. I've interacted with rangelands. Those problems that are being shared were real. But I left in the evening asking myself, as much as there are all these problems, are there good things that we can learn from each other, that we can pick and use that as a benchmark and try and improve on another part of our country as far as rangelands are concerned? Is it also possible to borrow from Uganda, from Tanzania, from Somalia, and any other country within the region? I believe that is possible. And so this next session is about opportunities. What are those opportunities that exist that we can really pick, utilize to improve our rangelands? What are those opportunities that now we're talking about land tenure, we're talking about communities, real people, we're talking about benefits. How can we ensure that those communities realize real benefits? It is one thing to talk about demarcating community lands, and it's another thing to ensure that those boundaries we put, those lands we demarcate and register for communities, then they do make communities realize real benefits. And it's only through that that we can still continue encouraging communities to register their lands, to keep those parcels of land as single units, because there is a benefit that is accruing to them directly. So talking of opportunity, the next discussion, as our MC has put it, we're gonna look at the carbon market. We also want to see or talk about the risks to communities. We want to discuss formalizing recognition of these communities and their land tenure. We're talking about security of the land tenure. And I've mentioned, we're also talking about sharing benefits for these communities, for those families, for those women. And actually, yesterday I heard, let's not push so much about getting a title for a lady or our women. What we want for them is real benefits. We want them hard and even negotiate for those benefits. Sometimes having the title deed might just be considered to be a paper. But for our women, they want real benefits. They want real voices to negotiate for those benefits. And I want to now invite our panelists, and I start with Dr. Opar. Dr. Opar is one of our land gurus in Kenya, and because he's operated in different capacities and has interacted with land in those different capacities. Dr. Opar, can't see him. I hope he has not run away from me. And I'll give him the seat closest to me. And don't fear, I will not cane you. And then we have Paul Lekapana. Paul Lekapana. Karibu sana. Hassan from IGAD. Hassan, can I see you? Oh. And then Madam Trafosa. Madam Trafosa, can I see? Oh, umekaa mbali sana mpaka sikuoni. And so my panelists, as I've said, will look into all those issues. But as Madam Professor is coming in, I want to give this opportunity to Dr. Opar. One, to set the stage, and more so, also let us know what are the emerging issues as far as carbon market is concerned. Karibu, Dr. Opar.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon once more. Yeah, I've been given a very small assignment to set the stage and to let the ball roll around the issue of carbon markets, and in particular, the intersection with the customary land tenure, as we also dive deep into the conflicts, risks, as well as opportunities that are there for the sustainable management of pastoral and rangelands, as well as building the resilience of both the landscapes and the people. And therefore, to begin this, as a country, Kenya, for example, I will be giving that Kenya as an example, because I know I have colleagues working at the continent level, and they could have better experience talking about the regional issues. But in Kenya, we have experienced wide-scale interest on carbon credit in our pastoral lands or rangelands. And these are lands that are largely customarily held. In Kenya, we call them community lands under the new constitutional order. And these community lands do not have very robust formal in terms of tenure system or security of tenure. Of course, the local communities living in those areas know they have rights and they are the owners of those parcels of land. But we have seen interest in establishing carbon projects or carbon investments in these landscapes, whether it is in Kajiado County, whether it is in Isiolo County, or even Garissa County. And as you can see, there's a pattern for carbon investments or carbon credits on the landscape, largely within the drylands or pastoral or rangeland areas. As I've mentioned, these are areas that are still not yet formally registered or largely formally registered, and so they are still within the customary tenure rights. But the onboarding of the carbon market system is a good thing in terms of being an opportunity to reinvigorate sustainable land management practices, bolstering the resilience of local communities living in drylands, but importantly, encouraging and incentivizing local communities to undertake robust restoration programs within these dryland landscapes. But we do not see proper carbon investments because there are a lot of issues around that, risks and negative things about these projects. Fundamentally, in Kenya, we talk about consenting or community providing consent to the proposed or carbon investors. And that is a major issue that we may want to look at. How, in terms of the breadth and length or breadth and depth of community consent, how should communities consent to carbon market projects in their own customary lands or in their own community lands? If a community consists of around 2,000 and they are laying claim to a piece of land measuring 10,000 hectares, should all the 2,000 or 3,000 community members consent? How should they consent? Is a fundamental issue, because all of them have rights and interest on this piece of land that is purportedly supposed to be given to the carbon investor. The other issue around this is participation or meaningful participation of the local communities, and in particular indigenous communities who are actually the custodians of these customarily held lands. How should they participate? And when is their participation enough and adequate? Number 3, what benefits do these local communities stand to benefit? What do they expect to reap, both as individuals and as families or as corporate? We see in Kenya more of tokenism as the purported benefit to the local communities who are actually the landowners. How should we tilt the balance so that communities are able to reap meaningful benefits from their own land and land-based resources? Finally, the justice system. How do we look at climate change and in particular carbon credit schemes as part of a justice system and to deliver the climate justice agenda for the continent and in particular for the communities that are directly affected or impacted by the vagaries of climate change? What are the justice remedies? And do local communities have access to these existing justice systems? What is the cost for the local communities to access these justice mechanisms in case there is need for redress? In Kenya, we have seen quite a lot of disputes, whether it is in Kajiado, Isiolo, even the recent one in Garissa, in Kabudhe. And the disputes relate to very, very inherent issues around land governance. In particular, the right of the local communities as the owners of these lands. But importantly, is there the failure of the state and the relevant agencies to meaningfully consult and engage the very landowners in carbon credit. And so with that, we set the stage and we let the ball roll so that we can have deeper insights into this murky water of carbon credits or carbon offsetting based on the different legal regimes in our countries, but importantly, looking at culture and customary tenure systems within these spheres of governance. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I will introduce you to another clapping style. In the morning we learned the word makofi ya nyayo. Now, the data people are saying there is another makofi, which is called factorial. The data people can understand that one. One, how you do it? Let me demonstrate. Now for Daktari, we'll give him 3 factorial. So it is 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. All right? So when I say 3, you know it goes up to, oh, the reverse. 3, 2, 1. So if I say 5, then you'll start with 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yes.
So we're doing 3. So 1, 2. Good. Now, before I call my 2 other brothers, I want to call Madam Trafosa first to let us know what is the place of the courts in addressing customary tenure and land-related conflicts. We had a taste of it yesterday, but let's now hear that from the courts. I would say from the courts.
Thank you so much, Dr. My name is Trufosa Achar. You can call me Achar. I'm an advocate of the High Court. And just to go to the question, the place of courts in addressing customary tenure and land-related conflicts. I want to start by saying that I am so happy of the case studies that we've had here since yesterday, this morning. I want to pick on the classic case study of Seriolimpi from Samburu. It was among the first community land that were registered in that place. But just hold it there with the Seriolimpi. I want to say that our Constitution of Kenya and related legal framework, not to mention the different international treaties and agreements, are so clear on the place of courts with regards to customary land tenure. And in Kenya specifically, we have special dedicated courts that is looking at the land and environment issues. And particularly, I want to say that they are designated judges that are specifically working on the division on land and environment division of the courts. I want to say that also we have various regime of policies in land, legal framework that cut across all the land tenures that we have in Kenya. And so the place of courts in addressing aspects of customary tenure and rangeland to some extent is really dependent on the policy and the legal framework that exists. And above all, also Article 25 of our Constitution also said that the treaties and agreements that Kenyans have ratified are by extension laws of Kenya. So when we come to the aspect of addressing customary issues with regards to the available legal frameworks and mechanism, there is the formal court where you place your matter in court, which I would actually advise against, and the lawyers in here, forgive me. I'm not saying that you don't get your legal fee and all that, but we've realized from yesterday and today that conflicts and challenges and legal issues that affect communal land tenure are complex. They're intertwined with traditional aspects. They're intertwined with tenure systems that are not so clear. Boundary issues are not clear. Communities that are not homogeneous. You'll go to a community, for example, I like giving this example of a community called Nachola, is bordering Turkana and Samburu. When you look at that community and the community land they hold, they are not homogeneous. You'll get people from Samburu there and you'll get people from Turkana there. So if you look at the Community Land Act, when you say, how do you describe this community by ethnicity, for instance, you realize that that criteria cannot work for such community. And so I want to say that if you look at the Community Land Act, if you look at the Kenya legal policy frameworks, there is place for alternative justice system. And the courts have pronounced themselves on these policies and they've given it paramount importance, encouraging communities, especially communities holding community land, to explore alternative justice system. And what this means is that community are allowed within their setup to explore their own traditional and cultural aspect in settling dispute as far as their community and community land is concerned. Take the instance of Sierra Leone. We had the Community Land Management Committee member telling us that please shy away from going to court first. Because the moment you go to court and an order is issued, then you are stuck. You cannot continue with the other registration process. The issues of exploring your resources in your land are hindered and so on and so forth. So alternative justice system is the way to go. I want also to say that our legal system is also very rigorous in aspect of alternative dispute resolution. When we talk of arbitration, when we talk of mediation, and in fact, in the court system itself, they built in a system where parties are allowed to explore alternative dispute resolution, whereby you've taken your matter to court, but parties can agree, like, can we go to mediation? And there's court mediation built in the court process. So you go there, you explore, you discuss, and when you agree, you come and register your consent in court. So my take, and I would say this without fear of contradiction, my take for communities owning community land, be it a land dispute involving boundary issues, community boundary and another community, be it an issue of membership, a member of a community who has not been put in the register, be it the proper naming of the community. Do we call it Kaminde community land? Do we call it Waso Borana community land? And we know that in Waso Borana community land, there are other smaller community in it. Do we say we are registering our name as a constituency, as a ward? All those issues, and we have classic cases in court whereby there was a community that challenged just the name of the community to say that if we go by this name, we are minority in that community and that name is not inclusive, we will not feel like we belong. So there are all those cases from naming, from boundary issues, from inclusion in the register, to selection and election of community land management committee, running the resources of the community land, all those aspects of community land, disputes are bound to happen. If you look at the legal framework on Community Land Act itself, is actually advocating for alternative dispute resolution, and you can add AJA's alternative justice system to that in trying to solve those disputes that may arise either in the process of registration, and registration we know is lengthy, it could be inter-boundary, inter-county boundary, and so on and so forth. So my take is going to court should be a last resort in the process of community land registration, number one, and even in the process of trying to solve any dispute that may arise with regards to communal land tenure. We are quick to go to court because we get injunctions and your opponent is stopped. Fine, well and good. But look at the bigger good of the community. There's so much that is at stake other than just two parties. And I'll leave it at that. I'll pick up another question at another point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. What I hear, you know, in Kenya, we go factorial, another 3. All right, I'm the one who was confused you there. So from what I hear, you know, like here in Kenya, most of the time when you have a small conflict, people say, tukutane kotini, which means let's meet in court. But from what I hear, that might not be the best thing to do. It is also good to exhaust all other mechanisms. So let me now call my brother Hussein. You've heard about the place of carbon credit in our land tenure. You've heard about the legislative side of it. How does this impact on the pastoralism and rangelands?
Good afternoon. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, thank you so much, Pana Moderator. As you have been told, my name is Hussein. I'm Hussein Abdi Hassan from IGAD Land Governance Unit. So, IGAD Land Governance Unit, IGAD has clusters. And one of the clusters is called Mandera cluster, according to the border. So these areas border Ethiopia, Kenya, and Somalia. So maybe before I go into the question which I was told to answer or to talk about something, I want to partly, because I may not get any other chance, address one of the questions that Professor Adote, I think, has asked on issues of partners, what partners are doing. Yesterday, I think it was a question that came. So for us, IGAD, Land Governance Unit, we did many things just to stop conflicts among our member states and even within the community themselves. In that way now, for example, when I take the example of the Mandera cluster, which I told you is covering Kenya, that is Mandera, and then the Gedo region of Somalia. I think those ones who come from Somalia understand that. And then the Somali regional state of Ethiopia. So if you know the geography of that area, those areas are just settled by one community, the Somalis. The language is one, the religion is one, the culture is one. So, but they live in different countries. So what has IGAD land governance, IGAD through the land governance unit has done is to do land use plans for all those areas. For the Mandera side of Kenya, there were 4 centers that were planned already. So good planning means less conflict. Whether it is between the 2 countries, the neighboring countries, or even whether it is between the communities that reside in that area. So therefore, and then the other side, if you cross the river, you go into Ethiopia. So also 3 other areas were planned. So that's just by the way, and in response to the question that was asked yesterday. So going back to now the question, how the carbon credit impacts pastoralism and rangelands. So this one can come in 2 ways. We have positive impact or benefits, and also negative impacts. This is something that is common sense. I think it doesn't even require a lot of research. I'm very sure if I stand here and ask, I'm very sure everybody here will going to give an answer. So it is simple, straight. The benefits of the carbon credit, it comes with practices such as rotational grazing, control grazing. All that will going to now bring some sense of that will going to increase soil carbon storage. And that will be definitely one big advantage. So if we have that, it means that we shall have increase in the carbon storage. So because the credit comes with, of course, money. I hope you understand that. Yeah, the carbon credit definitely means that there's some revenue that will be received. So that is one advantage. Another one is it recognizes the customary institutions, the role of elders, the role of councils, and even in some cases, the grazing associations. So these ones will be recognized as managers of lands, and therefore they will going to have a big say in that. So there's that recognition, and once elders are recognized, I think the benefits, they will have control over that. So the finances will come to them. The other advantage is definitely it will result in revenues, and the pastoral communities will going to take advantage of that. Through that, it can supplement for example, construction of social amenities such as school, because the credits that is received from there, the pastoralists can use it in building schools, up with border points, or even veterinary care services for the livestock and all that. So those are some of the advantages. Okay, there is one. In the interest of time, I'm not going to mention all. It helps also in protection of rangelands against encroachment, overgrazing, or conversion into farms. So that one will going to help in maintaining mobility and the ecological balance. So there are many, but because of time, I will just mention that, and you can have yours also. So what are the challenges or the negative impacts? Because we are told impacts, so we have both the positive and negative. So what are the challenges, if I may ask? So there is a control of mobility. You know, as you know all, I think 80% of the people in this room have pastoral background. So when you curtail the movement of animals, what does that mean? Because it will come with that. So because some commitments, some carbon projects require long commitments, say 20 years, 30 years. So if that one happens, it means now the movement of animals will be curtailed. And you can just, if you are a pastoralist, you can understand what that means. Because pastoralism depends largely on mobility and flexibility. So that restriction, that movement is not good. That is one disadvantage that can be, one thing that can be said is a disadvantage for the system of carbon credit. Number two, our system, like somebody has mentioned this morning, largely our people are not aware of their rights. So where customary tenure is not legally recognized, what will going to happen? Some people will going to take advantage, especially companies, and that benefit will going to go to them, thereby marginalizing the very people who are to stand to benefit from that credit. So it is something that needs creation of awareness and all that. So we have to be careful on that. And finally, I say, because of interest of time, there are many, but the other disadvantage can be without proper safeguards. You know how our people live, especially the pastoralists. I think these days it is reduced, but initially, I think it's even there up to now. What happens is that the community will go into raid another community because there's this wrong belief that for you to marry, I forgot to mention that we also had some activities as land governance, legal land governance in Turkana and also West Pokot. So what we had from the field is that if you are man enough, how will you be known? Before even you marry, you have to go and raid the other communities, get a lot of heads of cattle and all that. So if this thing, we don't have proper safeguards, it will be the law of the jungle. So those ones with strength will going to stand to benefit. So the system will be abused. So largely, definitely, we all know those ones who stand to lose are women, and even the herders who are even poorer. They are one or the minority. The minority, the groups, the minority groups are the ones who stand to lose from this system. So what we need to do before we have the system in place, we have to come up with proper safeguards to ensure that this does not happen. So I think in the interest of time, I'm going to stop there. And thank you very much, Professor.
Asante. So we go again, 3. One, 2. Asante. Au nimeongeza yangu. Sini ya bashishi, you know, bashishi. Let's now hear from my brother Lekapana on emerging conservation models in the region. And I don't limit him from crossing into those others, the legal, the carbon, and the impacts as well. Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much, moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Please allow me to stand because I want to project my voice. My name is Paul Lekapana. I represent Community Land Action Now as I sit in the steering committee of the network. It's a network of civil society organizations, community-based organizations for communities in pursuit of their community land rights. We have so far supported 54 communities. We are still continuing to support them to reach that goal of securing their titles. Of course, I've been given an opportunity to talk about conservation, but before I do that, I will ride on what was discussed by my fellow speakers here on carbon credits. There is a fundamental question about, you know, what are the challenges brought about this. We know as a fact that carbon trading is here, and what we can do is just try to see how we can address the challenges and see how these communities, pastoralists, indigenous peoples, hunter-gatherers, how they can fit in and ensure that it's a win-win for all. I will give 2 key concerns. Of course, Dr. Opar talked about FPIC briefly, about the consent. But in this aspect of the consent, I will talk about one challenge as being what I refer to as the consent fiction. We are seeing a disturbing pattern from the project which has already been rolled out. And this is inadequate FPIC process that exploit information asymmetry. Communities are asked to consent to complex carbon methodologies without really understanding what they are, without any legal frameworks, and they cannot reasonably understand what is happening. The aspect of being informed is lost. And most of these projects don't really give these communities adequate time to interrogate in these complexities and dynamics. And if this is not addressed, FPIC is a very key principle which was adopted by the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We need really to ensure that before any carbon projects is brought to pastoral lands, indigenous people's lands, people really need to understand FPIC process should be a cardinal principle. Then there is also an issue which is so disturbing equally of enclosure problem. I know it was touched by one of the speakers, and it is about these projects recreating colonial era enclosures. We have seen this, it was contested, and we expect to get this. And this is all done under what is called green banner. Communities, including pastoralists in Kenya, Ethiopia, Tanzania, are approached by carbon trading or carbon developers with the promises of revenue. But in the fine prints, in what is written as agreements, reveal long-term contracts that fundamentally restricts land use rights. This is so critical. What will happen if the carbon projects, if these carbon tradings keep you off, or rather close you out from your livelihood? What will happen? You know, this is what we need really to ask ourselves. And this will dispossess people of their land. Now, the critical question we really need to ask ourselves and the policymakers is, do carbon projects enhance or undermine customary tenure security? That is very fundamental. And, you know, I just have juggled my mind that without robust legislative frameworks, of course, Achar said that we need to resolve these problems outside the court, but without robust legislative frameworks, carbon projects actually weakens tenure, and particularly customary tenure security, by creating parallel governance structures and dispute mechanisms that bypass customary authorities. And this is really key. We need to ask ourselves, does it really weaken this tenure, customary tenure we are talking about? Now, the second fundamental question is who benefits and who bears the costs? This is also key, because when pastoralists or other indigenous peoples can no longer move across their landscapes because of already enrolled carbon projects, when women lose access to firewood collection sites, when youth, the younger generation, cannot establish new settlements for themselves, these are costs externalized onto communities, while carbon credits are sold on international markets. So who actually benefits? This brings the aspect of restrictive access to your land, restriction of mobility. So these are what we need to ask ourselves. What will happen if this is going to disrupt our livelihoods, disrupt our spiritual connection with our land, and disrupt our cultures? Now, I will move to, as I was asked, I will move to conservation models, which might bring opportunities or which might continue the pattern of threats and risks. Of course, we know that previously in this country, we've been having models which were referred to as fortress models. And I know most of us here know that we've been having national parks, we've been having national reserves, which have really restricted pastoralists from accessing the land which was taken from them and which were converted to these conservation, parks and reserves. But we have emerging models which might bring opportunities, or if you don't agree with that, you can have a discussion around that, whether it is a risk in itself. We have community conservancies. Community conservancies model shows promise to serve communities, if at all it came from them, where conservation practitioners and communities partner with also tourist operators to really ensure that the land is used for conservation, but at the same time benefiting these communities. We can discuss about the pros and cons of this. Of course, we've been having a lot of community conservancies which were, led or rather, spearheaded by Northern Rangeland Trust. I know people from Isiolo are here, and we can have more discussion on that. We have an emergent model, what is called indigenous and community conserved areas model. The model explicitly recognizes that many areas of high biodiversity value are conserved because of community management. And this is what I find to be the best, because it gives community a lot of autonomy, a lot of control of their areas of conservation. But again, this can only be realized if we have all our communities secure their community titles. I think I will conclude by saying that for us, I will conclude by saying that we stand at a critical juncture, ladies and gentlemen. The next decade will determine whether Eastern Africa customary tenure system survives as living institutions or become historical artifacts. Will it be remembered only as past practice, or will we in this room make sure that we continue the struggle and make sure that pastoralism continue to be a living livelihood for our people, a living system rather for our people? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Let's do again another 3. 1, 2. Yeah. I'm failing all the time, but it's done. So thank you very much. We've had our 4 panelists, and I think what they have thrown to us is very critical on how we move forward. One, starting from the issue of carbon credits. And we've had the good side of it and the negative side of it. So which means then it's something that we need to think through, think critically when we are trying to set up the carbon credit projects within our conservancies or our community lands. One, there is something Paul has mentioned, which is very important to note, and especially where you're getting into contract with third parties, whereby the benefits might not come to you as a community, but will go to the third party you have engaged with or have an agreement with. That again will bring more conflicts in the community. Among the negative sides, again, are largely the conflicts which might arise when you are involved in this carbon market, largely because of the benefits that are perceived to be coming to the community and those that the community feels should accrue to them or should flow down to them. And again, now we've been given how to resolve these issues, not always running to the court, but we might not also avoid the courts. I now want to open this session to give you an opportunity to ask a few questions. And the more questions you have, they will be between you and lunch. So we might need to do this bargain, whether lunch or, yeah. So don't open it very much.
Yes, so we can take.
Sorry. Yes.
We can take 6 questions, most 3 ladies, 3 gentlemen. I think that will be enough. So I'll give numbers 1, 2, 3.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Only 6. No, there are no ladies. Please, you can share about the questions for after lunch. So just want to have, especially those ones who haven't spoken. Those ones who haven't spoken. Yeah, we can start with that for
All
now.
right, let's start.
We can.
Let's start there and indicate whether it's an open question or you are directing it to one of the panelists.
Okay. I'm just asking a question. Well, actually, carbon credit, my institution has worked on carbon trading, voluntary carbon trading on forest lands, of course, and we have sold much ton of carbon from the forests. So the principle is they do a baseline assessment, then periodically they do assessment. So if there is an increase in the biomass, you will get the credit or the money. When we come to, I think, to the pastoral area, we have to sort out a model where it works. Compared to forests, you see rangelands do not sequester much carbon because it's a grass and many of the grasses are annuals. So if carbon is sequestered, it is from the woodlands. And as you know, woodlands in our rangeland management, we can cut trees to avoid bush encroachment. So we have to prioritize our benefits. Our major benefit from the pastoral areas is from the livestock production. Carbon credit is the second. Of course, compared to crop agriculture, these pasture lands are better to sequester carbon then followed after the conservatory areas. In conservatory areas, in parks, you don't touch them, so the biomass of the trees or the grasses can increase. So what I mean is we have to prioritize our benefits because mobility is must, one, and we can cut trees for bush to avoid bush encroachment. So after doing all these things, we can look for models where it is working in the globally, where it works in the pastoral areas where carbon credit can be possible.
Please try and ask the question direct. And
Thank you very much.
Please say to whom it is directed. Okay, for that
I am Yambu from WHH. My question is directed to IR Son. Customary tenure rights and transhumance, particularly around the cross-border areas. Because I understand, like, if you talk about Kenya, the customary rights are being construed on the basis of Kenyan laws. Who is this person who is responsible for really capacitating communities? Because you can imagine, like communities, cross-border regions will have to engage with other communities in the other country. And of course, I see there could be now issues of conflict because the communities, when they register their land, they also coming up with bylaws. And my question is, is there a program which really capacitates this thing is failing me, how they engage with other communities and also in the cross-border regions to avoid conflicts, and then what would be your recommendation how this can be done, particularly regarding transhumance in the cross-border areas? Thank you.
Thank you. Who was?
All right. Thank you very much. My name is Derek Mahandia. I work with Namati. I have 2 questions on consent, but I will ask them very quickly because of time. I'll direct to Ben, but any other panelists can answer. The question is on consent in land that is not registered, in community land that is not registered. The emerging jurisprudence seems to suggest that communities need to register first before they engage in carbon offset projects or any other economic projects. But isn't that denying communities that are not registered the right to gain economic benefit from their land? And also considering the fact that registration is not entirely up to them, they have to get to a stage and then the government takes over. The second question is still on consent. The new law that came up, the Climate Change Act, talks about FPIC, free, prior and informed consent. But the Community Land Act talks about consent in a numerical formula. It has to be 2/3 of the community assembly. So how do we harmonize those 2 provisions to ensure that consent is properly measurable? Thank you.
Please limit yourself to 1 question.
Yes, 1 question in 1
give
minute.
the others opportunity to ask a questions.
I think mine is just an additional point, because as it stands, the indigenous peoples or communities, they stand on the yellow line. they are yet to know whether carbon is an opportunity for them or is a threat to them. So there is need for around capacity building, both involves the government and also involves them, so that they'll be able to understand the impact of this. Because as we go to several countries now, they've already gone to sign the carbon credit deals and things like that, but they don't understand what they have signed to. You go to a village in Shompole, they have, but mobility is now being affected, and this has also now led to conflict of water and some resources. So I think the panelists should come out on that. And also maybe just a question, when we say alternative justice systems, does it include the elders or the council of elders that the indigenous peoples have? Thank you.
One more.
Okay, asante. My question is to Dr. Opa, even the IGAD guy can respond. It's about the regulatory framework of the carbon credit. We learn experience from Ready Plus project. They didn't have regulatory framework, and we learn a number of challenges during the implementation, and they come with money like the carbon project. From your experience in East Africa or Horn of Africa or outside Africa, do we have any country that have a regulatory framework to coordinate the carbon project so that we can plan to go to learn from there? This is because the number of pastoralist community, they have already into contact with these companies.
Thank you. Can I have a lady? A lady, you can give me a Milka?
Give it.
Yeah, just on the lady, just one lady. Ladies are not asked.
Oh, you got to the same place. Okay.
Sorry, mine will be very quick. I wonder what Opa, John, and the guy from IGAD thinks about what risks communities have, especially when it comes to reflecting on the long term, the long term or the contract they get into 25 years, 30 years. If the value of a carbon credit today is 5 shillings and communities don't have control of how much it is over time, it is the person buying. How much risk are communities in if the carbon credit within that 30 years, maybe after the 15th year, becomes 1 shilling? How much risk of that? How much trading of the livelihood do communities have and their lands when they bank on carbon credits? Thank you.
All right. I want to close it there, please.
Okay.
Let's close it there. We'll have a session where we'll be wrapping up and giving our sentiments, to the entire workshop. So please do not feel like you are excluded. But because of time, let's. All right, give him.
Good afternoon. Hassan from Isiolo. To all the panels, I have different questions. When the good doctor talked about the FPIC and consent in regards to carbon credits, I was left to question myself, how will that process be made free from elite capture? Like in our case, in Isiolo County, especially Merti sub-county, there is a case at the Court of Appeal against Northern Redland Trust. One of the two conservancies nullified, declared unconstitutionally established by the Environment and Land Court, contributes 20% of carbon fund to NRT's project. the establishment of the conservancy itself was illegal in the first place. And the issue of carbon, for our community to hear it, it is in 2021 when we filed our petition, referenced petition number E006 of 2021 at the Environment and Land Court. That is when our community came to learn that there is something called carbon credit, which is taking place in that conservancy. But with NRT, there is signed list of participants in the FPIC process. From there, what we came to realize is that the people who are responsible for engaging community in the FPIC process were using signatures from the government relief food beneficiaries as the lists of the people who consented to the establishment of carbon project.
Please ask the question.
My question was, I asked in the first place, how can we make this process of consent and FPIC free from elites capture?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You can now respond.
But there are other questions
later.
I was left with.
Later, please.
Later.
Thank you.
You can catch up over lunch.
So let's hear from our panelists, and you already have the mic. So let's Paul kick it off.
Yeah, thank you, audience, for the good questions. I will start by a gentleman from Ethiopia. Yours was more of a comment, saying that our rangelands really sequester more. And we've heard that from the ILC yesterday morning through a virtual, communication, that in fact, rangelands sequester 500 gigabytes, right? No, gigatons, sorry. I will go to the question about, cross-border and transhumers. Yeah, we really need to have recommendations on this. We might not be having anything about transhumers at the moment. Maybe I might be corrected about that. And my brother from IGAD, maybe because you deal with cross-border issues. But I have 4 recommendations on this, because these challenges transcend, our national borders, and mobility the same. So we need to have regional model, maybe through the support of IGAD and AU. We need a regional model laws on customary tenure, not just on one particular country. Secondly, and this I really need my brother to take it up, we need cross-border pastoral protocols, which is agreed upon, maybe East Africa Community or the Eastern region altogether. Then on carbon, because as I mentioned earlier, we might not run away from this. We need shared standards for carbon projects on communal land. I've heard someone talked about, one area might be in agreement with carbon and restricting mobility. So a common and shared standard should be intra-country or within the region. And lastly, and this doesn't need any law or something, we need to build Pan-African solidarity against land grabbing in all its forms. I will also attempt to answer a question from a gentleman from Namati, and it's about consent on unregistered community land. This is quite interesting. But again, I will refer you to a to a court ruling in Meru, which was about Electrocana wind power versus the community members. And I know you might have read that. And the judgment really recognizes the customary occupation of those communities in that area, regardless of a lack of a title or rather legal recognition. So based on that alone, based on a confirmation that those people are legitimate owners of that territory, that is one of the reasons why the judgment was in favor of the communities. So that never required any consent at all, but still we need to pursue a registration process because it is now entrenched in law. And I hope I've attempted to answer that. Thank you.
Sure. Let's summarize. I said this is what is between us and lunch. So let's summarize it. Now, for Dr. Opal, in addition to what you have, there was something which was coming out, the issue of what makes economic sense in establishment of these market credits and the issue of valuation. If you could touch on that.
Yeah, maybe to start with your comment on the economic value or whether carbon projects make economic sense. I would say yes, but also no. The yes/no answer comes in one, is that who actually does the valuation? Who comes up with the $5 or 5 shillings milk can? And there are several authorities that are doing that kind of thing. So again, it is also your responsibility to look at who is giving me a better deal as a landowner. And that's why I think somebody talked about the need for proper capacity building for landowners or local communities to understand the entire spectrum and continuum of carbon market, including this particular, the various of this particular context. So you choose, you're able to choose who gives you a better deal. But even within that, because they're guided by international frameworks, who actually takes the day when climate change matters are being negotiated, including the actual standards are being created? Then you'll find rarely will you see this kind of people in this hall taking the scene. My experience in this, Ulabaloo of climate change negotiation. So again, that pinpoints to the deeper governance issue in terms of deliberate or structural or systemic exclusion of us against them. So that is a deeper governance issue. I'll not talk about it because that can take us a whole week. The issue here is you have the right to choose. And that's why we are saying landowners must be properly facilitated by their states or governments and even the non-government organization so that they are able to meaningfully engage and negotiate by themselves with the investors. That capacity building, awareness creation is very, very important so that they make the right decision as landowners. The issue of elite capture in Isiolo is a major issue, but it's not just Isiolo County, it's almost everywhere. We see a lot of elitism or elite capture generally in the governance of climate change, where I think it is the moderator talked about, it was Achar, asymmetrical information, that this particular category of people who have so much information and knowledge on the subject of climate change and carbon trading at the expense of another category who are actually the landowners. So how do you cure that information asymmetry so that we are at the same level, that the information that you have is the same information I have, and we are able to bargain and negotiate and come to a consensus? So that is why elite capture or elitism really thrives in the governance of climate change, and it is a major issue. what the courts, including the case in Isiolo did, which for me is fundamental and very important, is that while we could see the opportunities for carbon credit, there are very important procedural issues that must be adhered to. The law, the participation, the benefits, the consenting. That makes me to rush to the other question by Derek on the EPIC and the law in Kenya. And if you look at the community land versus the climate change regulation, they talk of similar things of consent and participation, but they are slightly different. But what the judges want or our courts want is that the local communities must be at the center of climate change discussions and negotiations, and that you must obtain the social license to operate from them, not just by their county governments, but directly involving and ensuring that they participate. On the regulatory frameworks, by one of the questions, Kenya, for example, as a country, has considerable regulatory frameworks. Currently, we are talking about the climate change policy. We have the climate change response strategy. We have our climate change action plan. We have our climate change act, the substantive legal regime governing matters climate change. And of course, now we have developed also quite a number of regulations, including the non-market regulations. So we have in Kenya, the policy and legal landscape is quite robust, or at least expanding from where I sit. I think I've addressed most of the questions. Of course, finally, maybe I can talk very briefly about the carbon offset in terms of grasslands and soil carbon. Well, the technicalities around this, if you look at the aspect of grassland, they have the potential also to sequester carbon. That's why there's also a focus on rangelands. But also the other driver on this is the size of land. You know, they are huge, so they are able to sequester considerable amount of or tons of carbon in the soil as well as within the vegetation. But what is critical for these particular areas that are drylands or rangelands is the ability for them to undergo what we call sustainable land management practices. For example, rotational grazing. You are able to reap that, and you are able to keep the land in a better position. But of course, there are also other issues that you must also be in agreement with, like you'll not be, kind of grazing, haphazardly. So there's controlled grazing, for example, in these particular areas, and that can actually be motivate a carbon project. So there are a lot of fundamental issues that need to be dealt with. I mentioned it, procedural issues of equity, benefit sharing, FPIC, but there are also issues that also need to be considered. For example, how do you FPIC me, or how do I FPIC you as an investor? Thank you.
Chair, quick one.
Yeah.
So I think what we should all realize is that carbon markets are essential tools for addressing climate change by harnessing markets, forces and drivers emissions reduction, and promoting sustainable development, particularly in rangeland and community land, registered or unregistered. And I'm bringing the perspective of courts into this whole climate change thing. You are a community, you've come to court, you are saying you are not the benefit sharing, maybe you've been given a little percentage. The brokers, we know the case, classical case in Kajiado, in Laikipia, Isiolo have just brought out their case. And what we should all ask ourselves in this room, what are you taking to court so that the court can say that as a community, as community land management committee, you've been sidelined in this, you've been marginalized in this, the benefit sharing formulas are not adding up given the fact that you are even the owners of this community land or the rich land from where the carbon credit is being harnessed from. And this brings us to a question, who is this who is supposed to empower these communities to sit at the table and negotiate on this carbon credit agreement and so on and so forth? So that brings us to the question that we need a locally led climate resilience action to strengthen the communities, community land management committees, and who is funding them? for them to do all this we are saying? Who is helping them go to the table to negotiate on this carbon credit agreement? Who is building the capacity of community land management committee? And the other thing that we should actually ask ourselves, and what we are all saying, that some of these processes should be community-led. But before the community are leading themselves to do this, we need to build their capacity to be able to sit at the table and to be able to negotiate the agreements and the benefit sharing in a way that it benefits them, particularly the fact that they are the owners of the land. So in the whole of this carbon credit market and name it, and the benefits to community, from the court side, we really want to see communities' capacity built as far as negotiating on these carbon credit agreements. And what are these key features that are in this carbon credit agreement? Who is teaching the communities? What is the role of the private sector, the academia, the researchers who are seated here? What is your role in building the community's capacities in doing that? And then what is the space for technology and innovation in that, and monitoring evaluation? Because our courts are evidence-based. You can't just come as a community and say we've been disenfranchised. So let's build the capacity of the community, the case study of Isiolo, and also the relationship between registration of conservancies and registration of community land or rangeland. We know that the Wildlife and Conservancy Act says that if you want to register a conservancy, then it should be actually on a registered community land. Probably those are some of the reasons why court has pronounced themselves into the cancellation of some of this registration of conservancies that are unregistered community land, because then you should register them first. So from court perspective, courts are evidence-based. Let's build the capacity of our communities to be able to bring sufficient evidence to show how they've been disenfranchised and to help the court make decisions that could be beneficial to the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Hassan, you're now between us.
Yeah, just 1 minute. By the end of 1 minute, you stop me.
Sure.
So thank you so much. I think there are two questions that were directed at me. Not really, some were attended to, but the question of the lady about the issue of risks of the long term and the inflation and all that comes with it. So the thing is, carbon credit are priced usually in international markets. That means that the dollars are the ones that are used. So you need to have experts who will going to foresee all this, even 10 years, 30 years, how will going to, before even you sign. I think that is the way to go. And number two, from yesterday, we had issues of transhumance protocol. It is true that IGAD is spearheading that program. It simply means movement of livestock and people across some member states. That is what it means. And as you are all aware, IGAD has 8 member states. The problem that is there is up to now, 2 countries have not signed. That's Eritrea and Somalia. The protocol has not been. Kenya was the latest to sign. That was last year, June, they did the signing. But out of the 8 countries, 2 countries have not signed. And all of them have not ratified it. You know, there's a difference between signing and ratification. So that means the process of parliamentary and all that has not been done. So, but then what is there is, this tradition has just been there informally. I think you all know this because where I come from Mandera, Kenya. We are neighboring Ethiopia and Somalia. So who stops the pastoralists from moving to Somalia, looking for pasture and that? And who stops them, for the Somali ones, to come to Kenya? This just happens, but IGAD wants to make it formal because of the challenges that has been there. So with that, I think, I don't know whether the 1 minute is over. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. You're welcome. And now we do a Factorio to send our panelists back to their seats. One wants to go home. Okay, one. No.
Wow.
Let's wait again.
Let's go quicker, right? Let's rub our hands a little to gain some temperature. All right, so we're gonna do fire factorial. They gave instructions. All right, so on a count of 1, 2, 3, let's start. No, I'm the one starting to count. Well, I say 1, 2, 3. We begin from 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, right? All right, let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So for those who would have wanted to continue asking questions, at the end of the day, there is still another session where you can still give your questions. And for now, and the power bestowed on me, I give you authority to go and have lunch.
Yes, please also go for lunch. It's 1:30 right now. We're having lunch for only 45 minutes maximum, 40 minutes actually. So we're back here by 2:10. Now, the last 10 people to come inside the room will dance for us here as a punishment. So I'll be at the door counting. All right, enjoy your lunch.
Please, your laptops are safe. Your belongings are safe, so you're free to go have lunch. Your laptop should not keep you away from your lunch. So we have someone who is looking over everything. Yes.
Mtu aliambia watu leo wasipige picha, si ndio? Mtu aliambia watu photographers wasipige picha, picha zao ni mbaya.
Wamenini na vizuri wameload kidogo. Mimi nishakupitishia namba umeipata.
Welcome back. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are running late to start our afternoon session. So kindly make your way to occupy your seats at the conference room. I once again dispatch Mr. Abraham Wandokusi to mobilize the team to make their way back to the conference room. Manuel Pascal, you can set up the link. Once again, attention please, ladies and gentlemen, kindly make your way to occupy your seats at the conference hall. Since we are about to start our afternoon session momentarily, your cooperation and attention to this matter is highly appreciated. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, kindly make your way to occupy your seats at the conference room since the afternoon session is about to start. Not yet. You can put sound. A little bit of sound. Please make your way to the conference room. We are about to start the afternoon session. Please make your way to the conference room. We are about to start the afternoon session. Kindly, Mr. Mugambi, you can assist in mobilization. All right. For those who are inside, we have here wonderful lions who are teaching us some new dancing styles. So we can join the lions. So we can be upstanding. To help in the digestion. Yes, today the dancing teachers are already being projected. All right, DJ, you can stop a little bit. I invite us to be upstanding since we are starting our afternoon session. It's 14:30 hours. Kindly, I invite us to be upstanding since we are starting our afternoon session. It's 14:30 hours. All right, get some space. Do a little bit of a stretch. Get some space. Yeah, stretch a little bit. We want to have a very interactive afternoon session, which shall be concluded by having some nice plenary session based on the breakout sessions. So right now, I want us to ensure the food sinks very far from the head so that we can remain very engaging. All right, so we have a dance with some animals that are going to teach us how to dance. It's a local Kenyan song for those ones who come from abroad, from Kikuyu, that was produced by Kayamba Africa. So let's just dance a little bit to how the lions will be teaching us how to dance. And thereafter, I will call Pascal to come and join me here for a little bit of an engaging session. So please, just free yourself. It's gonna be a 4-minute of dancing and of making sure the digestion process starts. So I invite us to take a little bit of space so that we can, yes, now the DJ, you can start. Just stretch a little bit. We are following the dancing of the animals. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Yes. If I see you're not dancing, all right, let's go. Let's go, let's go. Please dance. Let's go. Yes. Like that. If you're not dancing, I'll call you here. I've seen one potential. All right. Yes. Yes. A little bit. Somebody's not dancing, right? Aya climax. All right. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that. So no, don't sit yet. The food is yet to sing because I want us to have a very interactive afternoon session. I have identified one of the most wonderful dancers. I invite you, sir, just here. I invite you. I invite the gentleman in a cream t-shirt, this pink, yes. Just a little bit, partners, essentially I'm inviting partners. One person by the EU, FAO, from government of Kenya, Reconcile, the TCF, HPF, please make your way here. The latecomers will relieve you. So one representation from each partner, please, please, please. Well, where are the partners? Where are the partners? Sebastian, please, yes, for FAO, yes, nice. Where are the partners? Yes, clap for the partners. Where are they? From Reconcile, where is Lillian? Yes, kindly, you can, yes. Wow, we only have 2 partners. Huh? WHH? WHH, Tembea? Tembea, wonderfully. It's not a punishment. All right, DJ, find us some nice amapiano. Ngishu. I want to take you to South Africa. We dance some nice mapiano song as we invite the afternoon session. Yes, we're going to dance amapiano. Amapiano. The best dancer, Lauren, there should be gifts outside there, right? Well, that's wonderful. Anxiously. All right, it's South African. All right. Somebody from Mexico. All right, DJ, let's go. All right, let's dance. Freestyle, right? Let's go. Yes, Charles, join us. Yes, there's somebody there not dancing. She can join us. All right, let's all clap like this. Sideways. No, you're not going. That's amazing. All right, you can have a seat. Thank you so much. Now you guys are very energized. So at this juncture, I understand we've been having conversations, presentations from a dynamism of partners and institutions and personnel, researchers. So we want to understand where we are insofar as the presentations so far have been by gauging our understanding of all the interpretation and trying to see the application of the lessons you have learned in real life scenarios, especially as we look forward to advance the protection of the customer tenure rights and the interests of the pastoralist. So at this juncture, I will invite us to join another interactive session in the next 10 minutes, and I invite us to be as interactive as possible. We have papers that have been shared in your tables. We have some QR code there. Pascal, you can confirm? All right, it's being distributed. So in this session, Pascal is going to help me to
Good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
There are some of you who have some papers with a QR code on your table, but should you be having a challenge to be able to access it, sorry, my network seems to disappear. Okay, it's back. Idea. Just confirm that you are at least close to that paper and just use your phone to be able to scan it. There's a QR, but if you've not been able to get it, I'm hoping that it can be projected just in 1 second.
Google the link, then maybe you give them a passcode.
Yes. No, I know passcode. Yeah. I'm sharing. Okay, check confirmed now. Okay, maybe you can just go to your browser and type RCEA for Regional Conference East African 25. RCEA. I can't have it displayed for some reason.
We need to sort it out.
RCEA.reconcile. Ija? It's sharing. The reconcile website, so just before it, you write RCEA to mean RCEA25.reconcile/ea.org. But I hope in a second it can just be maybe projected. Or scan the QR that is on your table. And if you've been able to scan, kindly pass it to maybe your neighbor so that then there are not many of them. So then you can quickly. Okay.
Yes, just a minute. We have some technical issues there that you're trying to sort. Yes, we just want to project. So it should be okay by now? All right. As we try to get the technical issues sorted, maybe I have a random question. Sorry, I'm informed the issues with the network of the facility. So it's causing challenges in the connection there. Yeah, but as Pascal prepares, since we need to finalize with that session of Pascal, maybe a few questions. Do you do what you did in the morning, or I just now pick random people? Just one word to summarize what you have learned so far in this conference as we are going. From this table? Wow, wonderful. Yes, just one word that can summarize your experience in this conference so far. Just a random person. Wow, can you sing marvelous? All right, I'm told that they are trying to sort it out. Now, I'll do it how I did in the morning, right? No. All right, Pascal, we are postponing our session to later on in the evening. Hopefully, we'll be having full Wi-Fi by that time. It's here. All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, so ladies and gentlemen, we are going to proceed to our breakout sessions as we wait for the team to sort out. Then when we come back after the plenary session, we shall proceed to have that interactive session. So apologies for that small technological itch, but we have to continue the program. Just as it happened yesterday, you guys did an amazing job in your plenary, rather in your breakout sessions. And you did some awesome reporting, which were informed by the proper debates we had during the sessions. So today, we are also going to have the same breakout sessions. I'm sorry, my program is starting with. All right. Once again, sorry for that. Yeah, so we're proceeding to our breakout sessions, and we'll have the first and the last breakout session here. Breakout session 1 and 4. Today we are having 4 breakout sessions. So the first and the fourth one will be here. The first one around this place, then the fourth one will be here. And then the second breakout session will still continue to the second, the first room outside, like yesterday. Then the third breakout session will proceed to the third room, as it was yesterday. So just to take you a little bit on what these breakout sessions will entail. On the first breakout session, we are going again to discuss the thematic area of rangeland, pastoralism, and sustainable land use, just as it happened yesterday. But today we are a little bit doing some variation in the content, whereby in that breakout session, we shall be discussing topics such as drought resilient practices, for long-term impact and cultural significance in the assault-specific policies and institutional mechanisms, mobility and transhumance for rangeland health and pastoral livelihoods. And lastly, we shall be looking at progress made in both policy and legislation within the region in the area of rangelands, pastoralism, and sustainable land use. So that breakout session, you will remain here, you'll occupy this position, and the moderator of that session will be Joshua Court. So kindly, Joshua, stand up so that the participants will be able to see you. Thank you so much. The second breakout session, which will now be in our breakout session, room 1, like yesterday, will be on data and technology. And this session will be led by Zembi Odera. Yes, Zembi Odera is at the back, so you hopefully have seen there, the moderator. So this team today shall be discussing issues around the role of digital tools, space and technology in advancing land governance, data availability and accessibility, looking at collecting, storing, and sharing land data. She'll also be discussing satellite imagery and remote sensing applications of GIS, regional and national institutions, linkages in land data and access and sharing. And lastly, they shall be discussing issues around investments in digital infrastructure, local training, and co-development in pastoral communities. The third breakout session will be in the second breakout session room, like yesterday. It shall also be discussing a topic on land tenure, conflict, and governance. Here, the group shall be looking at the role of people-centered land governance policies and frameworks in enhancing pastoralist livelihoods and advancing peace and security in the region. And also the role of advocacy platforms in advancing the rangeland and pastoralism agenda. And lastly, the policy and legislative gaps in the region. So you go where we met yesterday, that group, and here it will be facilitated by Mr. Ken Otieno. The breakout session on land tenure, conflict, and governance. Mr. Ken Otieno will be facilitating it. And lastly will be the session on women, youth in land governance and climate change. And this session shall be facilitated by Ms. Lauren Ongesa. Lauren, people want to see you? Yes, it will be here. So this session shall be looking at how national and regional gatherings are advancing and protecting customary tenure rights for women, youth, and indigenous people, and policy gaps and opportunities in gender-responsive land and climate change governance. And lastly, the position of IOIRP, International League of Rangelands and Pastoralism, as a global campaign in popularizing women and youth issues in rangelands. So these are the 4 breakout sessions and the key items that they shall be discussing. So by now you see where you fit most. So the ground rules are that each session should not have more than 20 people. So kindly disperse accordingly. And I invite us to have proper debates and report back to the session in the next 40 minutes, where we shall have plenary. So the time now is 2:50 p.m. So kindly let's ensure we are here by 3:35 p.m. for plenary reporting. Any question? Yes, Ken.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, Daktari, while you were away, I was accused in the morning that I know how to ambush people. And incidentally, I really tried to explain myself, but Mbogo insisted, and to the extent that when he was moderating, he still referred to me. So I want to ambush Dr. Makadimo because he promised me he was supposed to be here in the morning, but he's just come in the afternoon. So Dr. Makadimo, I would want you to introduce yourself. And then the reason why I was standing, I wanted to cede my role in chairing a session. And I wanted to give it to someone else, but now that Dr. Makadimo is here, that would be the only punishment I can give to him.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ken. Good afternoon. My name is Mwenda Makadimo. I work for the Land Development and Governance Institute, but we also host, as LDGI, we host the International Land Coalition Kenya, and we are partners in the land sector and state actors in Kenya, and we work closely with Reconcile. That's why I accept the punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Alan, now explain to him what my role was and show him where we are supposed to go.
Thank you so much. Welcome, Daktari. You'll be leading a session on land tenure and governance, which will be taking place in the second breakout session, the second breakout room, as you'll be guided outside there by Mr. Abraham Wandukusi. And here you'll be discussing issues such as the role of people-centered land governance policies and frameworks in enhancing pastoralist livelihood and advancing peace and security in the region, and also the role of advocacy platforms in advancing the rangeland and pastoralism agenda, and lastly, policy and legislative gaps in the region. So, ladies and gentlemen, please bring those recommendations as you go to your sessions. Make them as heavy as possible and also as precise as possible, since they are building towards our final outcome document for tomorrow. I invite us to disperse to our various breakout sessions. Please remember, 20 maximum people per each session are allowed. You can disperse.
A final adjustment, if you allow me.
Please.
Group one, number one. Group number one, we had conversed and agreed that Shadrach was going to chair that group, and Joshua was holding breath. So Joshua and Shadrach, you need to rationalize, because Shadrach is in the room now. The excuse he gave me is that you were not there, but I've just seen you. That's why I ran very fast to come here to confirm. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's disperse, please. We have 40 minutes to sort out the sessions. Thank you so much. Please let us disperse. Group 2 and 3.
Yes, you see, Abraham.
Yes.
This is your team, so they need to follow Dr. Makadimo. Makadimo, where is Makadimo? There, the one saying hi there. You see that tall gentleman? Yes, yes.
Please let us disperse. Let us converge. Those ones who are converging here. Kindly, time is not on our side. We want to finish early today. Please, let's converge or disperse. Group 1 was here, where Shadrach is. Group 2 is here. Group 4 is here, inside here. Please, yes, converge here. That's okay. But group 1 should be here. Yeah, 1 and 4 here. Yeah. No, I've said that several times. All right. Please, I've said here shall be group 1 and 4 only. Group 2 and 3, there are breakout sessions outside there. Abraham is leading you to the breakout sessions, plus the moderators. Okay, acha nirudie tena. Once again, group 1 is on the topic of rangeland, pastoralism, and sustainable land use. That group is here. Group 4 is on women, youth, in land governance, and climate change. That group is here, inside here. Group 2 is on data and technology. They are going to meet in the first breakout room outside there. Mr. Abraham Andukus is there leading you. And group 3 is on land, tenure, conflict, and governance. It is in the last breakout session. Abraham is also leading you outside to that room. Yes, and I'll be going around to shift you people if you are exceeding the number. So please cooperate when I do that. We encourage men to join this group on women. I can see men are disappearing from this group on women, youth, and land governance. Please, you can conclude. Please, time is up. Please, time is up. You can. Twenty seconds to finalize, please. We can resume our seats so that we proceed to the next session of reporting. The rapporteurs, kindly please be ready. In case you want to make a presentation on PowerPoint, you can reach out to the IT guys who can help you sort it out. Please resume to your seats. We are going to start the presentation. We can have, in no particular order, the group that is ready to start the presentation. I invite group 1 to start as of. Group 1? Group 1, if you're ready, you can start us off with the presentation. I am giving each group 10 minutes maximum. We can have the first group, group 1, to make their presentation. Please, 10 minutes maximum. If it's 7 minutes, I'll be the happiest. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon. So I'm here to present the points from group 1 and our area of discussion. Yeah, our area of discussion was on rangeland, pastoralism, and sustainable land use. And we were looking at 4 key areas. This is drought resilient practices for long-term impact and cultural significance in the ASALs, ASAL-specific policies and institutional mechanisms, mobility and transhumance for rangeland health and pastoral livelihoods, and finally, progress made in both policy and legislation within the region. So we combined area 1 and 3, that is drought resilient and mobility. They went together, and these were the issues that came out. One of them is that we need to strengthen community-led governance and negotiation abilities. So this also strengthens resource sharing and agreements around that. And then we were also looking at promoting integrated or promoting and integrating community-led early warning practices using local indicators. For instance, examples given is that communities are able to tell what is going to happen looking at the direction of the wind. And therefore that also informs migration and decisions on when to move and where to move. So strongly a very good indicator to early warnings. And therefore, the other issue we also looked at is revitalizing traditional institutions. And of course, this was linked to some of the ongoing practices. For instance, the participatory rangelands management, which also works very, very closely with local institutions to ensure that you're having functional institutions that are able to manage their own resources. And this is also linked to practices that are also improving rangeland health, such as bush management, bush reseeding, and restoring degraded areas. There's also the question of integrating this to improving livestock breeds, destocking, and these are also practices that are leading to responding to climate change and shocks, and also looking at diversification of herds, splitting of herds. So basically looking at what are these indigenous practices that are there that are also leading to people being able to be resilient and respond to climate shocks. The concept of holistic management of grazing areas, and this also brought us to concepts like alliance farming, where we are having agreements between farmers and pastoralists, agreeing on when and how to access these resources. So we have seasons where the farmers are farming and seasons where the pastoralists are then using the same resources to feed their livestock. Then there's the question of embracing indigenous knowledge to inform land use planning and mobility. And then this is also linked to investments, and the recommendation here is that the investments should also integrate pastoral livelihoods and also consider payment for environmental payment for ecosystem services. This then also contributes to addressing the challenges that are being experienced in these rangelands, such as degradation, receding, and so on, so that the resources could also just find a way to give back to the rangelands. Yes, the recognition of the elders, and this was brought about by the fact that a lot of us are working with these pastoral communities, and every other time we're introducing committees. You could have a water management committee, we could have a rangeland management committee, we could have a community forest committee, you know, all these committees. And at the end of the day, there are systems that are very functional within the pastoral systems, and this is the elders and their indigenous knowledge. And so anchoring all these committees in that, and of course, ensuring that we are really, really working to enhance and to strengthen the elders system. Yeah, and then the question of working together with the Intergovernmental Development Authority and institutions, just to ensure that then governments, for instance, Kenya, Uganda, and others, are signing to the transhumance protocol. And also this could lead to investments that target pastoral friendly infrastructure that would address vulnerability and also speak to conflicts to enhance peace and cohesion in some of these areas. And also questioning the role of education, urbanization, civilization, looking at the future of pastoralism, and then thinking about labor provision when we have the youth and the children going to school. So what does that mean in terms of sustaining pastoralism moving forward? We're having practices such as abduction, you know, abduction of people to provide labor. And therefore, what does that mean in terms of sustaining pastoralism moving forward? Then we got to speak to the policies, and the policies, we approached these per country. So we had Kenya go first, and in Kenya we had a number of policies that were put forward. One of them being, of course, our constitution, the Community Land Act 2016. There is the Equalization Fund, the ASAL policy, and all of these were put out there. But the question is, to what extent are they really facilitating pastoralism and in terms of developing pastoralism and in terms of also just ensuring that their livelihoods are cautioned? And then what came out is that one, while this exists, the recognition of pastoral institutions is still very low. Awareness of people around these policy provisions is still very low, so needs to be spoken to. Budgeting and facilitation of these processes to ensure that the policies are working for the people are still very low, and hence a call to the civil societies to ensure that we have budgeting for these processes take place. Ethiopia, a number of them also came up, and one of them is the land use management policy, which works at the regional level. And then we have the pastoral development policy, and this recognizes the local institutions. And the legal institution that is recognized in Ethiopia that facilitates the engagement of pastoralists is cooperatives. South Sudan, a number of them again came up. We have the livestock policy, which was developed together with IGAD. And then there is the land degradation neutrality strategy, which also leads to sustainable management of the rangelands. And then the Ministry of Land also has the National Land Policy, which also looks at sustainable management of resources. And the call here is for integrated and coordinated policy implementation, especially to the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Fisheries, and the Ministry of Lands. Tanzania, Grazing Land Act, and the Grazing Land Management Guidelines. Again, the question of awareness and knowledge around these frameworks was also brought up. There's also the Land Use Plan Act, which is supporting planning from the national level. But while this is there, it does not directly speak to pastoralism and mobility. And therefore, the joint village land use planning comes in, and this supports resource sharing, and it also supports mobility and use of other resources. Thank you very much.
Another round of applause for Irene and the group one for that good work. Thank you so much. So we can go to the group on women, youth, in land governance and climate change. Please, you have your 5 minutes to prosecute your case.
Yes. My name is Hannah Longole, and I'm a pastoralist woman from Karamoja, Uganda. Yes, I'm speaking on issues to do with women, youth in land governance and climate change. And we're specifically focusing on how national and regional gatherings are advancing and protecting customary tenure rights for women and youth and indigenous people. And then we are also tackling issues to do with policy gaps and opportunities in gender responsive land and climate change governance. And then lastly, the position of International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists as a global campaign in popularizing women and youth issues in rangelands. Yes, so in our group, which was well attended to by both gender, so we are also happy that we had our sons and our fathers participating in the meeting, and so we had a lot of support from them. So specifically under national and regional gatherings, we looked at various gatherings that exist. We started both at the domestic levels in our countries, and then we came to regional levels in our domestic countries, specifically in Uganda. We have women land rights movements, which we utilize, and then we also have national land platforms supported by National Land Coalition and HLC, and then also we have various others supported by other like-minded partners. And then when it comes to regional platforms, we have also platforms such as International Year of Rangelands and Pastoralists in Eastern and Southern Africa, where Reconcile and so many other partners here in in East Africa and are also part or are leading in the role. And then we also have the youth platforms and the International Youth Rangelands and Pastoralists. And so, yes, and so at the global level, we are also looking at platforms such as the UNCCD COP, and also other platforms that exist out there. So, how do these platforms specifically help us in advancing land tenure rights? We're saying that women, specifically women and youth, can as well be supported to document specific issues or that are curtailing them into advancing their land rights, specifically since these are the people on the front line. So these platforms should be able to enable them to be for us to document these issues and then give them voices in these platforms to speak. For example, they can be the ones to participate in these platforms and be able to advocate for the rights of land. And then, of course, like we're also talking about challenges that exist in terms of social norms and traditional norms that continue to curtail the land rights, specifically to women and also youth. That's specific in some pastoralists, in most of the pastoralist communities, there is no birthright for the girl child to own property or resources. So we believe that she will marry to someone else, and we believe other communities should plan for them. Why should other communities plan for your child if you can't plan for them at birth? So those are the questions that we should also pose for ourselves. So unless practice begins at home, so you can't trust someone else to take care of your child or your daughter. And so unless we also dialogue with the research institutions and with different stakeholders, the social norms will continue to curtail the rights of indigenous women and grassroots women in resource sharing. Yes, of course, we are also saying that ensuring that we have to ensure that their voices graduate from different levels up to the global level. And so we need to make sure that we secure support or funding, or we enable them to participate in these platforms. And of course, yeah, so that they're able to articulate these issues. Not only should women be caregivers, but they should be also right holders. They should be given right to equity to property and equity rights to all the resources in our community. And so equally are the youth. And so we also need to make sure that we advocate for them to have protection, because most of them during these evictions, which is happening right now, left extremely vulnerable during these evictions, as we had stories similarly from the one that Uganda mentioned. So where are the women in this story, whereby they have been denied the right in their own ancestral land? They have found their way into other communities. So imagine where are the rights of these women? I mean, so we are seeing a loss of tradition, culture, and heritage, and and life desperation in other different communities as well. So we're also saying that these platforms should be able to advocate for their human rights, specifically as women. And so bringing platforms such as the UN Human Rights Habitat is key in this aspect. So to ensure that they're respected as humans' rights as well. And of course, like we are saying, the voices are very critical in influencing policies and decisions at both levels, domestic, regional, and then at the global level. What good practices are we talking about here? So in Kenya, for example, we are saying that we have various legislations in this regard, specifically on land acts, and then also public participation and good governance. And then we are also saying that implementation of policies and legislation is still a problem, as even if as we graduate in the process. Goodwill, of course, from the duty bearers is very much, of course, needed as we look at the implementation or closing those gaps. Also, we are looking at what is critical here is financing, specifically in making sure that we're able to get visas of financing for women participations or women gathering. As we're giving now an example that currently we are also organizing regional gathering to make sure that we are having over 150 grassroots women in the entire Africa country. But we are grappling even with accessing these resources. So this is an example that we are also saying that this is what we face every day in terms of implementing what we think can advance the rights of women rights, specifically into pastoralism as well. And so, so if we need to achieve this, then that means that we really need to step up and also support such initiatives that really help to advance these initiatives. And then, going forward, we're also saying that we need to adapt, of course, and mitigation on financing. That means we have to coordinate our efforts together as partners and collaborators to make sure that this works out. Then we need to see women stepping up as leaders in this in these spaces to make sure that they're taking lead. And then we, of course, we need to have a movement or legitimize the petitions to make sure that we bring out these petitions in these gatherings so that we take action at various levels. And then use of communication to reach out to various communities. We need to make sure that we use the available digital platforms that is existing also now with the upcoming of AI. I think we can also adapt something to make sure that we popularize this. And then, of course, we're also saying that we need to target which beneficiaries can really bring us to the front. Yes, I'm seeing someone coming closer to me. That is just, yes, I'm summarizing. Thank you. Yes, so in summary, what are we taking home? So we are saying that we need to make sure that we have to monitor and, of course, track our progress to see where we are. So this should be places where we are able to check. And then we are also saying that we need to bring other partners on board in going forward, specifically looking at the traditional institutions, women institutions, and then also national governments, and also donors, and then other partners, so that we're able to dialogue and to come to make an agreement together. And then also we are saying, yes, so our traditional leaders should be brought to book as well, to see that we should be flexible in these times of climate change, and so that we see that the negative norms can be minimized in our community going forward. Yes, so those are the notes that I had. And so we have our partners who can add to something. Thank you. Which one? Sorry.
We can give group 4 another round of applause. Sorry, I started with group 1 and 4 because that is where I had my toughest battles in the afternoon, because everybody wanted to be there. And so I had to pull people out of those groups to join the other groups. Thank you so much for that. We can have the next group, the group on land, tenure, conflict and governance. Please, stick to 5 minutes because time is not on our side. And the audience is too quiet. You guys are sleeping, right? You guys are sleeping, eh? Please, let's stretch a little bit. Let's stretch a little bit because we are losing concentration, which is not good. Let's just stretch a little bit. Let's stretch, let's stretch. Let's stand up. Let's stand up and stretch. We need to finish with power, right? Yes, so let's stretch a little bit. You can lead us, Professor. Prof is leading us in the stretching. Please just stretch a little bit. Yes, again. All right, thank you, Prof. You can now, they are now rejuvenized.
Yes, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I think it's already evening. I'm Ronald Kakunguru from Uganda. And our task was to look at land tenure, conflict, and governance. We covered 3 sub-themes. One was the role of people-centered land governance policies and frameworks in enhancing pastoralist livelihoods and advancing peace and security in the region. We went on to look at the policy and legislative gaps in the region, and then the role of advocacy platforms in advancing the rangeland and pastoralism agenda. Let us go to the first one, the comments we received, observations we made. The first one, in terms of the role of people-centered land governance entails consultation and active participation by the members. So here we looked at community land management committees, which have been used to address issues of security and preserving indigenous knowledge for sustainable livelihoods. We also looked at the grazing committees and how they've been very useful. There was an issue about movement or mobility of animals, which has been found to be a challenge. And we also noted that there is need to facilitate and have people-centered policies in place for the people-centered policies to work very well for the people, and also use of traditional methods of resolving conflicts, because sometimes the people are resorting to court system when there are already traditional methods of resolving these conflicts, which we have in the communities. On the issue of policy and legislative gaps in the region, we had observations from South Sudan, where it was reported that the interests of pastoralists are sometimes not taken care of. In Ethiopia, there was the issue of gender, whereby there is gender inequality in terms of women being discriminated against in land ownership. I think even the group which presented first looked at that issue. So there are gaps in the framework. In Uganda, it was noted that the consultation is not from bottom to up. It's top to bottom, which hinders active participation by the people. In Tanzania, also a similar challenge was identified, and especially limits on the period within which to bring a claim. We were told you have only 2 months within which to bring a claim or to enforce your rights, which is limiting. In Kenya, on that particular issue lastly in Kenya, there was the issue of mobility of animals again, and without a clear framework, because like the Maasai, the ones of Kenya and Tanzania, they may want to move their animals, but especially in Uganda, there is a big conflict between the Pokot and the Turkana of Kenya and the ones of Uganda because of issues of security, because there has been disarmament in the Karamoja sub-region where these people want to move the animals. But there are also issues in respect of things like diseases, quarantine. You might come with your diseases from one region, you come and infect this other side. So there is need to regulate or to do veterinary checks. Lastly, on the issue of the role of advocacy platforms. Advocacy platforms play a key role in creating awareness and in lobbying and influencing policies and laws. So there is need to take them on. And we were also advised that it would be good to use, for example, the centers of excellence. And this one was really very useful. I can give two examples. For example, the universities we have, they have these experts. Like one time in Uganda, we had locusts invading Uganda. And of course, the president, being a military gentleman, a general, he was deploying the army to fight locusts. Yet at the university, we have a full department of entomology. We have professors of entomology, and this is the study of insects and how they can be regulated. Then also universities have developed, for example, tick disease, tick vaccine. And also in the era of climate change, they may develop for you drought-resistant pasture if you use them. Then the other issue is open borders, if borders can be. The Rio DC Jumia, that's how you call it, the community, East African community. Yes, if you can fast track this Jumia such that there is free movement of people, animals, goods, that would also be a very good area. Then advocacy and mobilizing solidarity, diplomacy, and dispute resolution, mainly in the areas of resource conflict. Thank you very much. That's what we were able to cover. Thanks for your patience and attention.
We can give the professor and the group another round of applause. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite the last group, the data people, who I know are always very brave. That's why they had to come last. So the group on data, please make your way. This is my last time to stand on this platform this evening. So after here, I would like to invite Mr. Jared Boga, who will take over the session after the group has presented. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and have a nice evening.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Good afternoon. My name is Zambia Odera from FAO, and the topic we're discussing is on data and technology in advancing land governance. The topic focus areas were the role of digital tools, space, and technologies in advancing land governance, data availability and accessibility in terms of collection, storing, and sharing land data, the use of satellite imagery and GIS remote sensing application, regional and national institutional linkages in land sharing, in land data sharing, and finally, investments in digital infrastructure, training, and co-development in pastoral communities. So we began our discussions in trying to understand the unique aspects that data and technology can enhance when it comes to pastoral or communal, customary tenure. So we were looking at how we can use data to mainstream and also make the the unique circumstances in pastoral areas. So number one is the fact that when it comes to investment in data and infrastructure, and technologies, the competing needs in pastoral areas. And this is because of the extreme circumstances that, or the extreme climatic conditions in these areas. Then there's the fact that there's lack of records from previous dispensations just because of the tenure system that existed before. And then from there, we went to see how this data and technology can be used to make, to accelerate the recognition and registration of land and at lower costs. And then we looked at how to use data, how to use technologies to enhance coordination between stakeholders, and how to make sure that we're able to enhance the use of data through centralization of data collection. So we talked about the aspect of data champions and also having data collected at the lowest possible level. So there's the aspect of municipalities, and also there's the aspect at ward level, so that we're able to enhance the reliability and usability of this data. Then there was also the linkages between research and application when it comes to data and technologies, and the fact that most of the times there is normally a lacuna between the link of the, like between these linkages. So as a way to address it, we looked at participatory mapping, the use of FPIC. Then there's the use of simplified languages and examples, especially when it comes to technologies, because when it comes to technology, most community and other stakeholders get intimidated when we use complicated terminologies. Then there's the aspect of using extension services to act as a linkage between the science and indigenous knowledge. And then you have translation of community tools, such as herders' diaries, agricultural calendars, into digital tools. This is to ensure that there's a nexus between data, technology, and also community use. So there's an interesting perspective that was brought up when it comes to the use of data and technology at the community level. This is basically how in Ghana, technology is being used to enhance economic opportunities, such as the traceability of cash crops, and therefore make their products more internationally competitive. And then there was also the aspect of data ownership. So basically a push towards a policy or a dispensation that creates an intersection between international knowledge, indigenous knowledge and technology, especially when it comes to research. So this was in the context of looking at where you have research institutions having funding and collecting information, and thereafter not cascading this information down for actual use. So at the plenary level, there was a question, or at least discussions, about how technology and data can actually be used at the grassroots levels, because most discussions tend to be at a high level. So the discussion was that basically, how do we ensure that the data collected is for use by the community and not by the decision makers? So there's also a question on how youth can be engaged on data and technology matters. So it was just because of the increased interest by youth on matters, data and technology, then it means that capacity building should be fit for purpose for them at that level, while those perhaps at, let's say, the harder level would be more towards their level. Then you have how technology can influence legal frameworks without altering the cultural fabric. This was just basically, the discussion was around creating clear roles of all actors, capacity building the community participants. Then you have knowledge sharing between all the stakeholders, because what you have is that knowledge is available at different levels. Perhaps the level of understanding might be different. So there's need to have this knowledge shared across the stakeholders to ensure that whatever policy or legal framework that is created is something that is actually not going to alter the cultural fabric of the community. Then came the aspect of FPIC, and then the creation of standards to ensure that indigenous knowledge is plugged into law while not scraping off its acceptability at global standards. And then finally, we had the parting shots. from Sala was that there should be continuous support towards digitization, especially to the county levels and those within the pastoral areas. Then from Pascal was the need to invest more on the community skill sets when it comes to matter technology and data collection. And then from Diana and Jared, there's the aspects of consolidation of data collection and storage to avoid duplication, enhance relevance and usability to ensure that research and practice align. Thank you.
Thank you so much, groups that are already presented here. And now we get to plenary session to consolidate what there is from the floor following the presentation of the three groups which have ably given us quite an array of insights on the four thematic areas. So I'll throw this back to the floor, given that already the four groups have already given us their presentation. So I want to open the floor to questions, additional information, and anchorage of various concepts that you want to communicate. So we'll take the first three questions. Yeah, there's number one, the gentleman behind there.
Well, thank you very much. I just want the opportunity to idea which is usually coming into my mind for a long time. So it can be a research question. So I put that question. So we will, all of us will think about it. That is about the management of the two types of management in the rangelands. When I say it, the rangeland is managed communally and livestock is managed individually. So I think these things, when we are trying to see the balance between carrying capacity and the livestock number, I think this thing seems to be the basic challenge. You see, in olden times, when the human population is very small, that is the pastoral population, there was plenty of pasture, so one can raise animals as much as he can. But when we see it nowadays, the population is becoming increasing, but the land is the same. The grazing land is the same. So there is an attitude in our pastoralists to raise as many animals as they can. Even when you tell them about early warning, 3 months earlier, they don't want to sell their animals. But they see it when checked by the drought, and they will be empty-handed. So that trend is not changed. So I think this is an issue which should be researched. How can we balance the carrying capacity of the rangelands with the number of animals? This is, I think, a research question. Probably they give us the solution. So when you see in the highlands, when you produce a crop, at certain time you harvest and you start another cycle. But in the pastoral system, the scene is not like that. So how can we solve this problem? The land is the same, but the number of animals is increasing, and there is overgrazing and degradation of the rangelands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Loberia. I am from Uganda. When we're discussing about the policy gaps one of the things that I think was an oversight was the issue of the disparity between the tenure forms in Uganda. And specifically, the customary land tenure is the least valued. And yet it houses a number of people, majority of people, especially in Karamoja, belong to this. And now, as we're making some of these reforms or policy reforms, the next problem is going to be that this land has been traditionally managed. How are the locals going to adapt to probably the changes that are going to come? Because Uganda, as of this month, in Uganda, Karamoja specifically is waiting for the launch of about 5,000 freehold titles by the president, because there was a systematic land demarcation exercise that took place. Now, the question is, if the 5,000 titles are going to be issued, are we still going to have the customary land? And if not, then what is going to happen? Then probably those who have been managing traditionally will be left out. But then even if we do that, there will be maybe resource conflicts in future, because then the elders know how to distribute these lands. So I think we should be able to integrate the traditional land management systems and also the formal. Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is not a question, but to slightly to the point around carrying capacity and this challenge with pastoralist access to land. I think one thing is in the rangelands, this issue of carrying capacity in itself is a difficult one to ascertain. And it's particularly so because of the variability of rainfall that we have. Where carrying capacity is possible to a bit estimate is where we have some stability in rainfall, especially what we say about coefficient of about 33% is where we could say we can come close to this carrying capacity concept. But in the rangelands where variability is very high, through mobility, the land can hold at least some amount of livestock, and it's difficult to ascertain because the rainfall varies. But by focusing so much on carrying capacity, we have always forgotten these other issues that take away land from pastoralists that make it difficult for them to, resiliently produce on their rangelands. So one key thing here is, while looking at the livestock numbers, is to ensure that they don't lose more land than what they already have lost, to ensure that they're able to maintain. And there's a natural mechanism in play also that always plays around with the numbers. The last drought, for example, decimated livestock. So this kind of burst is also a natural way of maintaining some balance between, the livestock and the rangelands, which of course is so unfortunate to lose this number of livestock. So I think while talking about carrying capacity, we have to have that broader thinking in mind. That's what I will add.
There's a hand here.
I start with Let me see.
Mine is very short.
Okay.
Carbon footprint. What is carbon footprint?
That is a question.
Yeah.
No. I am not responding. That question will be responded to by Jared. So just make sure you ask him. Yes. But he has heard, so you don't have to repeat. But I think I want to make a few reflections and few points, because we are regional, and I think I want us to elevate this conversation, particularly on the one that was speaking, the 4 themes, and I'm particularly interested in the advocacy and platforms. And I want to add 4 points on some areas that I think it's important for us to take advantage of. One is that when we are talking about regional platforms, I think this conference in itself is a platform, but what can this conference do in terms of engaging at the regional level? And I am giving one suggestion. For instance, we are having the African Land Policy Center, and we know that there are annual conferences. So the question for me is, how can we anchor, and I like what Jared said, how do we anchor such an opportunity, to deal or to elevate the concept of the platforms? Number two, we are having the Network for Excellence on Land Governance, NELGA. For me, I think that is something that we also need to reflect on, because we don't need to be thinking about platforms downwards, but I think we need to think about platforms upwards so that we don't occupy spaces that are occupied by our civil society and other organizations at the local level. Then the third one would be thinking through national engagement strategies. And when you think about these national engagement strategies, again, we are looking at them from the regional level, and therefore, how do we look at this conference, biannual conference, to be a process that is building on that? And lastly, we have invited IGAD, and I know there are different specialized agencies of IGAD. How do we take advantage of regional economic blocks? I think some of the questions that we are struggling with in terms of answering are the role of frameworks and institutions that are at the regional level, including certain protocols. So how do we deal with them? But we can only deal with them if we identify and work around these platforms to give us meaningful engagement. So, and then I'm making 3 recommendations in terms of what we need to be thinking about, even as we come to because tomorrow we are developing outcome document for this conference. So one of them is about, and this is something that was already been said, but when you listen to the gaps that are emerging, it then means that we need to look at these platforms as an opportunity for capacity building. And whose capacities are we building? I think the answer needs to come from this conference, whether we are building capacities of member states, we are building capacities of, researchers, or researchers are building our capacities, or we are building capacities of advocacy organizations. Number 2, I think we also need to look at how we promote responsible governance, land governance. And I think that was the major question for group number 4, in terms of people-centered land governance to address issues of conflict and also to address issues of governance. And lastly, how do we create a framework for monitoring progress and also monitoring what we do and reporting on these things? And I think I liked the final presentation, which was done by the data group, Pascal, and you'd see where the countries are. So for me, the conference needed to start thinking, because data was not one of the major things that we dealt with in 2023, but how do we elevate this as an issue, a subject matter that we need to take forward? So I think I just wanted to make those reflections so that in terms of how we frame our outcome document tomorrow, then we know where we are anchoring them. Thank you.
Dr. Kathurima had a question here before now we respond to them.
He just bumped me and gave me the name Kathurima, but I'm Makadimo Mwenda. So
sorry for the new baptism by fire.
It's all right. Thank you very much. I wanted us to invite ourselves to asking what the energy transition projects and the carbon projects, what impact they have on the pastoralism and rangeland management and the rights they are on, and how are we prepared or are we engaging? Because I know communities are continually signing into agreements and into arrangements for these projects, yet the impact we seem to be focusing more on is not about those projects and the clamor and the pressure they are putting on the land, but we are more worried about carrying capacity. I think we need to open our minds and see what these pressures are bringing to tenure security, to management, and to sustainability of pastoralism and rangeland management. Thank you.
Yeah, we take the last one, then we'll get some reflections from the moderator here.
Thank you. I just wanted to add to what the doctor there said regarding carrying capacity. Two people already have spoken about carrying capacity. The first one was saying that it is important to be able to determine carrying capacity. And the second one said it is very difficult to determine carrying capacity. I agree with both. And with the third, now, why is it difficult to determine carrying capacity? It's not because rainfall is variable. It is because our livestock move. So how do you determine carrying capacity for a mobile population of livestock? Now, to me, I think the area where you should do carrying capacity determination is the dry season grazing area, because that is very crucial. It is the forage in that area that will carry the livestock into the next growing season and the next forage production season. And so if it is possible, and in fact it is possible, to determine carrying capacity in the dry season grazing area. As you are finishing grazing in the rainy season area, you should be able to determine what the carrying capacity is in those areas where your livestock will go during the dry season. Now, if you determine that the carrying capacity is low because of drought or because there was less rainfall, then you can advise the pastoralists what to do with the livestock. They can sell some, otherwise they will lose a lot because of the shortage of forage. So it is critical to the carrying capacity.
Thank you very much. And thank you. Let me just give some reflections because it was important that we get from the groups. Then we also get reflections from the floor. And then now we kind of try to consolidate and anchor some way forward. To the question of data, which is very critical because in all these facets of discussions, data and research is key. And the linkage between the institutions of research, that is institutions of higher learning, with practice is very critical. And that interface sometimes is diluted with political decisions that sometimes carry the day and interfere with what could have been effective, scientifically driven, data-driven decision-making. Now, for example, if in our group, the group on data talked about that issue of livestock index numbers, at what time is it critical to be implemented as a carrying capacity? How can data inform that, and at what point do this early warning information get to the actual owners of the livestock? Because livestock owners largely stay in the urban areas and they leave their livestock with herders in the field as the livestock roam across the landscape in their large numbers. So at what point do decisions of that magnitude get to the actual livestock owners to make a decision that now in the next 3 months, there'll be drought, there'll be rainfall decline so that they can start selling and reduce the numbers to manage available pasture and water. The same applies to GIS remote sensing will inform where actually the stock is in terms of water and pasture. and shared resources to that effect. Because in the same dichotomy, we have shared resources that are managed communally, and we have wealth, which are largely the livestock that is owned individually. And those individuals need to be linked with appropriate information to decide based on the early warnings that come. Now, number two, which speaks to Group 1's conversation on sustainable livelihood, sustainable land use, carbon, and the nexus between energy and carbon. It is important that we build a critical mass around these conversations. Various platforms, the Africa Carbon Forum, we have the Africa Climate Summit, we have UNCCC, Conference of Parties meetings. All those are platforms that should be informed from grassroots information and where the rubber meets the road to inform negotiation. How do we contribute to those negotiation platforms to realize gains that meet the needs of the pastoralists? We should reflect on as a conference. Now, it becomes very dangerous when communities speak from two mouths, especially pastoralists. When carbon developers come, they welcome them. They sign up agreements, which in most cases is not subject to public engagement largely, but a few leaders go into signing them. Then when the challenges arise, and we're in such a forum that now we are speaking the challenges that there is in the effective implementation and sustenance of rights, especially customary rights with regards to carbon sequestration and financing and credits there is, then again, there are many opposers. It is important because in the rangelands, the carbon business is largely above ground, which is biomass driven. Biomass is a shared resource for livestock, and now carbon is coming in. You dig deep into the carbon developers and you realize the various restrictions that come with land use, especially customary land use, and restrictions of movement. It is a conversation that, as a regional high-level conference, we should speak to and enhance the escalation of pastoralist demands, and especially next year that we are speaking about International Year of Pastoralism and rangelands, to speak to it. What kind of concessions can be adopted? What kind of policies and regulations that are already anchoring acceptance of carbon trading in rangelands can we petition to be flexible, and the landowners meet the developers midway, and there's a win-win situation? Because from where I sit, and some of the litigations that arise is that they're largely skewed. Now, it is critical to concretize advocacy. The group that discussed the topic on platforms. What do we carry? Because we characterize that our desires, especially women and youth, the desires of how such a platform should enhance rights, should enhance participation, access to financing to participation, visa in terms of movement, especially for women participants and young people's participants. It starts from groupings, women groups, pastoralist women groups in their active spaces come up with petitions that touch on the various alienated rights that prevent them from accessing or optimizing the rights that emanate from the land. Now, the question that begs is that what level of capacity do we need to call for to these groups so that representation is meaningful? Presentation and petitions speaks to the actual challenges that there is at the grassroots. Because at a high level regional conference like this, you speak to policymakers, you speak to decision makers, but the decision can only be anchored on the level of capacity, strength, and enhancement of the same with regards to skills that those groupings have. It is at that level that we realize a critical mass to speak effectively to the issues that affect rangelands and pastoralism. Lastly, from the moderator here is the question of payment for ecosystem services, which is a landscape issue and is a very interesting concept to implement. Those that are in landscapes, for example, the Iwasenyiro landscape, you're aware that Iwasenyiro River ends at Archer's Post. The rest of it, it just fizzles and that is it. But when, for example, in river and ecosystems that support livelihoods in pastoral areas, there's a continuum of engagement from upstreams to downstream, pastoralists that are emanating and aching livelihood out of the rangelands that need water, both underground water and surface water that come from flood runoffs. It is critical that the relationship of communities that ache livelihood across the landscape is interconnected. And that interconnectedness is through shared resources, is through looking at a landscape as it is across the ecosystem. It is at that level, if we talk about a base case scenario, that the upstream will allow access to water for the downstream communities to access or optimize the natural resources that they have. So I think this high-level conference, based on the submissions of the the 4 groups, it is important that we will inform the community that will come out of this from a point of our desire for actionable, forward-looking activities that starts from the end of this conference to contribute to the conference 2027 and various actors that are here that range from youth organizations to high-level research institutions that have been invited to this conference to take ownership of at least a segment of the activities that we have that will build into the 2027 conference. And we shall report on that we have achieved this during this intervening period, as it were. So, at this juncture, if we still have 1 or 2, because I saw some agile hands on the floor, that still want to weigh in, then I'll allow 2 or 3, at most 6. I've doubled 2 or 3, but at most 6 from the floor so that we can now properly wrap up. Thank you. So, Lauren, we have Shadrach here. Then we have our lady in nice kitenge behind there.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry if
Then you're already with the mic. I'm still nominating people to speak, and you're with the mic. So we have you. So that is 3. Then with those 3, then now we'll allow you to, with the subsidiary questions, because already you have spoken before. So let's have the 3. Then should we have some chances, we'll be the first person to give you the subsidiary questions. Shadrach?
Okay. Thank you, moderator. I wanted to speak to the tension between IK and the scientific knowledge, particularly when we are talking about the early warning. And as I was reflecting about this, I was opting to keep quiet, but I decided to probably just talk a bit. Looking at where the region is, and in terms of the progress that is taking place, there is need to shift from the paradox of either or while having a conversation on pastoralism and development and sustainable livelihoods. But because of the mindset question, I think we are stuck with either or. In our mind, it's very easy to look at the rangelands and say it is either pastoralism or nothing. And this brings us to a situation whereby we want to eat the cake and at the same time remain with the cake. Life has costs. Every change has a cost. And you cannot move forward as long as you are not willing to walk into the uncertain. So what is holding us, in spite of the great development in the policy, legal, and institutional framework, is that we want to maintain the past while at the same time we want to partake of the benefits of the current realities. Now, to be sincere, there are trade-offs. That's the bitter truth. And these trade-offs, we can only march into it when we look, for instance, I listened to a question that, how do we address or the paradox of the individual within the collective tenure? Now, from where I sit, it's no longer a paradox. It is actually possible to have the individual tenure within the collective tenure. And that brings us to looking at the bigger picture. When we are registering the land under the collective tenure, what is the purpose? The purpose is not exclusivity. The purpose is about recognition and distinction. And within the collective, there are individuals. And the two coexist harmoniously. But in our mind of either or, we must either have a collective or a private. But life is lived mostly on the gray area. So I invite you to reflect about the either or conversation. That is where also the indigenous knowledge, what stops us from observing the animal behavior, from observing the wind, from observing the changes in the vegetation, and then integrate it into what the scientific knowledge is giving. What stops us? What stops you and me who can understand the science? Then we sit down with the elders and we have an integrated early warning system that moves us to action. It is the either or mentality. If we break that silo, that it must either be indigenous or scientific, we have a very flourishing and sustainable pastoralism. Number two, to develop a mindset of policy and practice change requires the acceptance that we need to strengthen the community organizing. Because within the policy and practice change, there is a give and take that requires capacitation. But the challenge is when we talk about the structures and the institutions in the pastoral areas, the question of legality versus legitimacy. And that can be reconciled when we accept to bridge the knowledge gap and see that there is a way through which, for instance, the resource committees can be connected to traditional authorities in a way that they are able to draw legitimacy and then they balance it with their legality. And when we move that aspect, then we start changing the conversation from the competition to collaboration. No policy is ever implemented competitively because resource allocation has to be negotiated. And negotiation requires cooperation. So if we want to see traction in the policy implementation in strengthening pastoralism, then we need to shift and strengthen the collaborative approach of our engagement. Because we are still stuck with the competitive approach, which helps us to put things into the policy and laws. But now the things we want are in the policies and they are in the laws. Now, you cannot competitively push them. You can only collaboratively push them through consensus building and through strategic prioritization. Finally, a call for holistic and integrated planning for rangelands or ASALs development. Piecemeal approach to developing our rangelands will never be sustainable because rangeland is founded on the integrated approach. It's a vibe. If you develop livestock and you don't develop natural resources and land, you have created an imbalance. That imbalance will negate all the positives we shall have gained in the livestock sector. If you develop social institution and you forget about the livestock, again, you're going to have that problem. So is it possible that we put our eyes together with the regional organization and say, what is the integrated strategy for the development of ASALs in Kenya, the development of the Karamoja cluster in Uganda, the development of the pastoral areas in Ethiopia. And then once you have those ones, you are able to integrate them and have a holistic document that shows you this is the kind of development that is possible and these are the kind of costs that will need to be paid towards it. Finally, investment. FPIC benefit sharing, mostly we focus on what the investor needs to do. How can we prepare our communities so that they also know what to do and to be ready before they enter into negotiation with investors? Thank you.
Thank you, Shadrach. Want to clap for him? Go ahead.
Thank you, Shadrach. You've picked some of the things that I wanted to talk about integration, and I also want to contribute towards the comments that, oh my God, forgotten the name, Ken mentioned on how can we not only wait for CLPA or Conference on Land Policy in Africa to share our data, our experiences. For me, I see an opportunity for us to map out some of this strategic high-level political influencing space that we can use the existing data that we have to influence even the discussion. A good example is the newly formed the Africa Urban Forum that is being managed or spearheaded by UN Habitat. As much as UN Habitat is speaking more on, driving more on housing, but a house can only be built if there is access to and control of the land. So how can we bring in the knowledge that we have to influence the agenda? Like right now, they're planning for the second Africa Urban Forum next year. So how can we come together to ensure that even we influence the concept note for Africa Urban Forum so that it has, it speaks to the language that you are currently speaking on rangelands, pastoralism, and also policy and research in the frame of land tenure security. Secondly, we have the World Urban Forum, also has a very huge component on land tenure security. Shadrach, you mentioned about the traditional leaders, and in the group that I was in, Innocent mentioned that in the past or currently, they've been working with Africa Council, Traditional Leaders Council, that's also been managed, it's housed at the Africa Union. So how can we ensure that such platforms, we are there to use the data that we have, the best practices that we have to influence the agenda? Because if we only wait for the Eastern Africa Regional Conference after every 2 years, we might lose some of the information that we need to follow until the next conference. So I'll stop here, and my recommendation is that let's map out some of these convening spaces that we can influence the agenda and see who is going to bring what. If you have a partner that is strong in mobilization, if you have a partner that can help us in reviewing policies, if you have a partner that has some intel on how we can even influence the agenda, then we'll be able to share the data that we have and the good practices that we've been showcasing. Yeah, thanks. My name is Grace. Say the lady in Kite, Grace Ananda.
Thank you, Grace. Now, there were 2 subsidiary questions, and we'll take one from him, then last one from the gentleman there.
I think much have been said, but I would like just to correct a statement you mentioned. I don't know whether where you got that pastoralists don't understand, like they stay in the urban areas. They just leave the cattle or the whatever the pastoralist life to the herders. And it is very incorrect, because I'm a pastoralist myself, and I fully understand. I work with pastoralists from northern Kenya to northern Tanzania to Uganda. And each and every time you go to these communities, you find each and every pastoralist practicing the pastoralism. If you find someone having herds of cattle in different communities or different locations, that's when they have herders in that case, in that scenario. But it's them who practice that. Actually, we don't even have the urban areas in most of these lands that we are talking about. So I think that statement, I don't know where you got it, but I feel it's incorrect.
Kindly pass the mic to him so that we can wrap up.
Oh,
There.
Ethiopia.
Yes, Ethiopia.
I'm sorry, I will not take much time. So thank you for the integration idea. I just take it as it is. It's important. But what I want to emphasize that when we are talking about pastoralism, the resource base is very important. The two resource bases are the grazing and the animals. So we have talking about the two ownerships, but they are just facts. Facts and problems are different. But if we are not touching the missing link, they will be facts will be changed to problems. So grazing is owned and managed communally, but livestock is owned individually. It's just like sending your children to schools. If there is one school and all the village people send to that same school their children, so in one room, while it should carry 40 children, you can send just 80 children into one room. So it's not good. So it's a paradox. So there is a room to manage that one. What do you say, the participatory range management committees, what do they do? So they can arrange and manage all these things. I raised this issue, but it has to be researched, of course. But as a livestock man, we can talk many things because animals are just like the crops. They have to raise and they have to be slaughtered or sold at certain age. It can be 4 years, 5 years. So what are we doing? We have to advise. The decision is for the communities, for the committees, but we need to advise. And carrying capacity can be calculated at normal years or at a bigger landscape by including the dry season and wet season grazing. So I think there is a missing link. We need to discuss more and research it. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Can you give all yourselves a round of applause, please? Those were very valuable input from the floor, and we really appreciate those contributions. And the matter now is for the rapporteurs to package them accordingly so that they form the forward-looking resolutions that we are adopting here. The question of indigenous knowledge and science is still a matter that is lingering, that you need to do a deep dive on it because it's a capacity building area, capacity strengthening, because citizen science is as good as the mentor and the expert that is coordinating it to harvest indigenous knowledge, to come up with the anchorages for action that is acceptable both by the scientific space and the practitioners, as they are the community that use those knowledge. Two, it also applies with the technologies that now is ubiquitous with us. A couple of years ago, we didn't have telephones that now everyone have in their hands, but now if you walk around in the room, is a tool that everyone is using and doing a lot of business and transactions in the same platform. And I think that is where we are heading. And we ask ourselves, what is the role of education for a transformation of livelihood in the rangeland and pastoralist's life? Education plays a critical role because it makes and transforms an individual to a different mindset that is away from what already they practice in regular basis. So we ask ourselves, how can we entrench education to support pastoralists to now adopt technologies and adopt livelihoods that are both sustaining the current needs and sustainably managing the rangeland resources. It's a very important aspect that has been brought from the floor, so that we enhance the issues of integration. We look at legality and legitimacy, which is a big question because of tragedies of the commons in the rangelands. So those conversations and those actions can only be realized amongst informed audience. Now, there's a question about housing. And the urban forums, we recently had the Kenya Urban Forum 2 in Naivasha, sometimes was it in June, before the financial year? I think in June, that fits into the Africa Urban Forum. Then we have the World Urban Forum and the question around housing. And I want to tie it with the concern of my brother there that where do the actual livestock owners stay? Yeah, I think he has an answer. I may not have the correct answer, but you have the answer. Decision makers on livestock. The answer is with the floor, and you have the answer, where they stay. Now, the question to the housing. This country has a housing levy, and we are building houses across the region, across the counties. At least if you are a Kenyan, you have seen the efforts of government in housing to consolidate settlement and also to regularize urban sprawl by now building decent houses. If you go towards Kibra, you'll see those social housing currently going on, which is a very decent effort. And you go to also frontier counties. Now, the question is, and this is a question I want to pose to pastoralists and also rangeland dwellers. Are we acceptable to centralized living? Because in urbanization and in decent living, that is the direction. That is the direction that we are heading to. And through the bottom-up transformation agenda of President Ruto, which many of us that pay levy through our payslip and have seen houses coming up, those houses have a contribution in land management. So the question again that I want to pose is, in rangelands, what kind of designs can we adopt to consolidate centralized living without jeopardizing the social fabric that relates to the livelihood of pastoralists? Because those are the conversations that goes into those urban forum. Consolidation, as opposed to fragmentation, because you see, a typical example is the team that have come from high potential areas here, like the Tembea Futures Institute. And Madam Husna here will tell you, recently we commissioned a report that was done by National Land Commission in partnership with FAO on land fragmentation and its impact on food security. And we are asking ourselves, what is the minimum viable land that can be used for food security to a household? And the same question now goes to the pastoralists and the rangelands. What is the minimum viable land for pastoralist lifestyle and sustainable land use in those spaces? And that is what my senior here, Shadrach, was speaking to, that the question of either or, that we want to enjoy a good lifestyle or modernity, but you still want to preserve the old ways, comes to a play. And that is why the blueprint of village organizing becomes key. How do we organize villages to respond to customary land tenure in a way that realizes a win-win situation, but also meets the critical obligations of minimum viable land for sustenance of livelihood? So I want to stop there, unless the CEO of Reconcile, Ken, has. But I think from where I am, with the contributions from the floor and from the groups, I'm satisfied that we have dealt a big service to those subject areas. Thank you very much, and thank you. I don't have the authority.
I don't know. Maybe you asked us too many questions. That's why people refuse to clap for you. Did Jared do justice to the session? Jared did justice. Okay, can we just appreciate him honestly if you are happy? I think I will also say, from just echo what Jared has said, that I am equally satisfied with the session this afternoon. I think we have pushed ourselves, we have given our best, but we can still even make it better. I was just telling my colleagues that it takes us 2 years to think, process this. And therefore, we need to give it our best, because it will only come again after another 2 years, which is 2027. So bear with us. You gave us your all, and we really appreciate. And you can still give us more, because you also need to make this a reality. I think I'm quite impressed with the kind of pointers that I'm seeing. And I'm so sure that tomorrow, as we come up with our outcome document, it will be something that is action-oriented, because the fact that you're still sitting here means that you are really committed and you really appreciate this session. So I will seek guidance from Lorraine and Alan. I think Alan bowed off. So Lorraine, I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Ken, I think you're finished, yeah? Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys, for bearing with us. Ken, just go, we are done. Eh? Yes. So, yes. He should have danced for us as he walked out, but Next time, tomorrow we will start the session with the dance. So thank you so much for bearing with us and for staying with us. So we've come to the end of our session, and we are really glad that we've been able to do so much than we thought. And we have tea served, evening coffee. Please join us. Tomorrow we are coming back in the morning. We purpose to start at 8:30 so that we purpose to leave here by latest 3. So let's ensure that we be here early so that we can start as soon as we can. So tomorrow we are developing the outcome document, as Ken has mentioned, and let's go think through it and see what we really want to be part of the outcome document. Yeah, the team, okay. The team that is developing the outcome document, Alan, Irene, of course they know themselves. So I will reach out to them. So all of us, of course, if you didn't register, I'm just being reminded that there are people who didn't register. When you walked in the morning and you didn't register, please, as you go for coffee, feel free to register at the table just outside the door. So thank you so much, and enjoy your coffee. And have a good night. Program, haiko hapa?